China, the world's oldest civilization, was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Zijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the 500,000 euro prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello and welcome to a moment that we have all been waiting for. It's history in the making in Shanghai, where the first half of the 2023 Women's World Championship is taking place. Get ready for that monumental showdown in the playing hall as rising star Lei Tingjie takes on reigning 3-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun. This match is gonna be none other than thrilling. And I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure to be commentating all the action with someone who's been 12th Women's World Champion, 2021 Rapid Women's World Rapid Champion, and of course 2021 Women's World Cup winner. It's none other than Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk. And Alexandra, are you excited for this historic match?
Good morning, Ivanka. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. Oh, I'm definitely very, very excited because, well, first of all, I love chess. In general, I love women's chess in particular, and we are about to witness the World Championship match. What can be better than that? Who's gonna take over? A more experienced player, the current Women's World Chess Champion Ju Wenjun, or a younger and more ambitious one, Lei Tingjie? Let's see what this match is gonna bring us.
It's definitely, and you actually mentioned that Ju Wenjun is actually one of the more experienced players. She is, after all, 32. So let's have a look at their head-to-head encounters, and there you can see some very interesting stats. Lei Tingjie 6 years younger, but in terms of classical rating, we see that Ju Wenjun only has less than 10 rating points. Ju Wenjun is currently number 2nd in the world, and Lei Tingjie number 4. But when it comes to the overall encounters, I mean, take a look at these stats. Ju Wenjun leads 8 points to 2. There have been 9 draws. And when it comes to the classical, you see that Ju Wenjun also has a lead there with 4 points to 2. So what do you think about this?
Well, probably the age means a lot. Probably that result came from younger games. When Lei Tingjie was younger, right? 6 years difference at that time. I mean, if Ju Wenjun, for example, 16 and Lei 10 can be the reason of such a result. But now I think it might be a little bit different for those players.
Indeed, these players have been training for months now, and of course this is the Women's World Championship. So let's remind ourselves what's at stake.
I have to mention one thing. So I played Ju Wenjun twice. First time I won in a kind of convincing way.
I'm not sure if the sound is is fine or not. I hope so, that it's fine for the broadcast because I've been hearing something. Yes. So, well, you see, it's already tense when something is going wrong with the broadcast, with the computers. We feel the tension. We feel the tension. And well, there is so much at stake, right? There is a huge prize fund. And,
there is definitely a huge prize fund, and there we can see it's €500,000. The champion will walk away with 300,000, the runner-up 200,000, and very importantly, the winner earns the bid to the next FIDE Women's World Championship, and the runner-up earns automatic bid to the next women's candidate tournament. But you have to remember, the crown of women's chess is up for grabs, and I'm sure the players are seated and getting ready. And you mentioned there, Alexandra, about the atmosphere being tense. And there we can see the two players seated there. They're looking around themselves. I can feel the tension from here, and I'm at home.
Yes, well, actually, they're looking everywhere but at themselves. I mean, they're kind of Ju now is sitting, looking at the board. Lei is looking somewhere else, but it's all gonna begin now. I mean, I'd like to know. I'd like to get inside their heads and to see how they are really feeling. Because, well, what we see just the top of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg, and it's so hard to imagine what these players are going through and how they. It really impacts. I mean, their feelings, their attitude. It really impacts the way they play. And well, the first game is about to begin, and the challenger, Lei Tingjie, is playing white. How is she gonna open her game? What do you think, Ivanka? With what move?
That is a good question, actually, because traditionally she is an E4 player and she opens in a very direct way. But I did notice that in 2022 and just now the candidates that she'd been using D4 much more. And between these two, they have also played each other in D4s. So it really, I mean, where would you target your opponent? Because, of course, if you open with E4, Ju Wenjun is going to stick to her tried and tested E5, and maybe it'll be a Berlin defense, maybe a Petrov. If you open with D4, then you're going to get something very solid as well. Could be a Rogozin, could be a Nimzo Indian. Anything can happen. And interestingly enough, when it comes to psychology, you've actually been in a similar situation. You've been one of two people playing for the World Championship crown. I mean, how did you feel in those moments of anticipation before the first game kicked off?
Well, for me, it was a little bit different because I've never in my career played such a long match, because the matches that I played, I mean, consisted of 4 games maximum. Like the one that I won in 2008 against Hu Yifan in Nalchik, it was the final match of the Knockout World Championship. And I suppose it's a little bit different than playing a long classical 12 games match, seeing just one face day after day in front of you. I can only, guess what these players are going through. And again, it would be very interesting for me to see how they are going to handle this pressure, because, well, any event, I think, any event of such a high caliber is a challenge for you, for your nerves, for any player who plays. So let's see. The game is about to begin. We've seen the first official move, well, actually 2 first official moves made, e4 knight f6, right? But I doubt it's going to happen on the board. The Alekhine defense, it's a little bit a weird choice for a World Championship match. But, after a Nepo Dink World Championship match, we can expect anything. So let's see what these players prepared.
I can't wait to see their preparations as well, because I always feel that World Championship match are a different level, because they're a battle on all fronts. It's not just about the chess; it's also about the psychology. It's also about the preparation, the endurance, and
Here we go.
yeah, here we go. And a big question for me: how is Lei going to open? And she does open with a king's pawn.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yes, and you mentioned that Lei is a e4 player, but actually she was playing with both hands. I mean, e4, d4, and I even thought that at the beginning she was a d4 player, because in one of the very few classical games that I played against her as black, she played a Catalan opening against me, and only later on she switched to e4, and she's been playing e4 like for a few years before this pandemic, COVID, and lockdown started. And actually, I think we're gonna talk about it. That those players, they suffered a lot from this COVID pandemic, because Ju Wenjun just stopped playing chess. She was not she was not playing chess, I think, for almost 3 years because of that. And only recently, before this World Championship match, she flew out of China. She played her first international tournament, first one in 3 years. So such a long break. And for Lei, it was also the same, a very, very interesting road that led her to the World Championship match. But first, let's focus on what's going on the board. We see the Berlin defense, indeed, like one of the main lines, knight e4, but not d4, where we get this famous Berlin endgame, but rook e1, a calmer one, a more forced one. And actually, it happens often in many games where white just prefer not to risk anything, and they go to this structure with a better development, because the knight on d6 is there for the moment, right? And black needs more time to get it somewhere to a more decent square via e8, usually to f6 or g7, f5. And white is trying to use this time that they get because of this unfortunately misplaced knight. But the position is very, very solid.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the board to catch up with the moves, because the players have been playing very, very quickly. So Ju Wenjun employing her usual Berlin defense. And one thing I have noticed with Ju, she's played quite a few matches now, and she tends to stick to her repertoire. There are no opening surprises from her. I mean, perhaps the biggest one that I ever saw was in her match against Goryachkina, when she switched to from her usual d4 to e4. And now we are seeing, exactly as you've indicated, that there will probably be a trade of knights on the board, and then the bishop will come to e7.
Yeah, those lines are very, very long, theoretical. So they're just starting their theoretical battle. We'll see where it's gonna lead us. Quite a surprising opening choice from Lei, I would say, because, this line, again, seems quite solid for black. Probably that's exactly why she decided to play it in her first game, to get accustomed to all those tension, just to get through this first step, to get into this playing mood. Take it easy at the beginning, but maybe not. Maybe she has something else in mind, and she's prepared some interesting ideas with her seconds. And I believe we don't have any words on their teams yet, right? On who they are working with and who they,
No, we don't. Exactly. And as you mentioned, anything could have happened in these last 3 years. I do remember that in 2018, that Ju Wenjun was working with Ni Hua and I think Wang Yue, two very strong Chinese grandmasters. And so I'm just making the moves as they appear. And again, this is very, very standard. I like you say, you mentioned that it was a solid choice, and it is a very solid choice. I mean, white's sole advantage is that black's queen side is yet to be developed. There's still some issues there, but top choice, I'm checking the database here, is just simply to go rook e8. And another move is to just relocate this knight from d6, move it to unusual arrow there from me. It's not working well. There you go. I'll get there. Knight to f5. But what is it? It's gone rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 is a more common move here, and but there can be some fireworks in this line as well, because, for example, we'll see what white is going to choose, but they usually capture on e8, knight e8, and then there are different lines and possibilities for white, including some with pawn sacrifice. White sometimes sacrifices d pawn in order to get time, this so needed time. They're better developed and even more time, right? And it's like the most direct approach to win straight away. But of course, they can play d5 and they can play c3 and they can just continue developing. But there are some other possibilities that involve this pawn sacrifice.
Yes, I agree with you. And just taking a look at the stats, though, you can see that the overwhelming majority of games finish in draws.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm saying it's so solid. And usually players just, they exchange everything. Black just shows her way to finish development by playing d6, g6, knight, g7 on d5 if they are allowed, and developing this light squared bishop, a few more exchanges, and games end in a draw. That's like in 80% of all the games, I think, that happen, and that's why I mean, I'm so interested to see what actually Lei's team prepared, and I see on the video that Ju Wenjun is thinking, because after rook e8, white played knight c3, right? She didn't capture on e8. She just developed her knight, and that's exactly the line that I was, one of the lines, one of the ideas that I was talking about. Now, black can capture on e1, rook takes e1, queen takes e1, and bishop takes d4. Of course, they don't have to, but if they don't take this pawn, the knight is still on d6, and it's still how to develop it. And after bishop takes d4, I think white's idea is to develop her bishop to f4. So this pawn, this d pawn, was sacrificed, and white is hoping to use this time to put even more pressure on black side.
Yeah, and there I can see that if they do follow this line, there have been 13 games on the Chess.com database. Black actually mainly answers with a knight to e8, which makes a lot of sense because their pieces are all entangled there on the queen side. So good to get it out. But yeah, here's where your idea comes into play by playing knight to d5.
Exactly. And white is ready. For example, d6, bishop g5 was one of the main highlights of this variation. So as I said, there can be fireworks coming up, and I know that there are certain lines where black really needs to be very, very precise. Sometimes after bishop g5, white even sacrifices a second pawn on b2, and it's all about development. It's all about time, because we know that time in chess, well, in life as well, but is very, very important factor. And black is a little bit undeveloped, so white goes all in, trying to exploit it, trying to highlight it, and get the point.
Yeah, I get the point indeed. And so there are two issues at stake. So first of all, Lei Tingjie, as you mentioned, has played a quite critical line. She's putting dynamism at the forefront. And you also mentioned that Black has to tread very carefully. So in your experience, is Ju Wenjun quite a theoretical player?
Well, they both are. I believe that the Chinese players, actually, in general, they know those long theoretical lines so well. But playing those long theoretical lines in the World Championship match, it's a little bit different, right? Because again, we've mentioned the stakes are high. One mistake, the game can be over. And actually, I was surprised not to see such long theoretical lines where White just goes all in and just tells Black, okay, you demonstrate how you're gonna equalize, and you demonstrate with those long lines with many only moves, and then okay, if you done your job, your homework well, it's gonna be a draw. Fine for me in the first game. So I was pretty surprised not to see such lines in, for example, the final candidates match where Lei played with Stan. They both tried to deviate from those long lines. Myself, as a player myself, I hate those lines because they really require a lot of memory, a lot of knowledge, and it's not about chess. It's about those homework that you've done, well, for me, in my point of view. But it's an essential part of the modern chess, unfortunately, nowadays. And we'll see how Ju, whether she's going to be able to demonstrate her homework. I'm sure she's been, she's watched all this line, she's worked, she's probably played many training games, and it's going to be interesting anyway.
Yeah. And there we can see, I was actually just looking at the statistics from the last move of bishop d3, because we had another line up. You mentioned bishop f4. And again, because I love statistics.
Right, me too.
I feel like it adds that extra dimension, you know, are we in well-trodden territory, or is this just in the realms of having been played many times? And here we go, checking out the opening database. Just played 3 times on this Chess.com site.
Right. I'll check it in the overall database, because again, bishop d3, it's something, well, for me, it's relatively new. I've played this line once, not exactly this one, but very similar one, with, if instead of bishop d3, White plays bishop f4, knight e8, knight d5, the lines that I mentioned, right, with bishop g5. But here something different is taking place, a little bit different. White did not develop her dark squared bishop straight away, right? We see that she, instead of bishop f4, the move that I mentioned, and I believe that was played in most of the games here, White developed her light squared bishop back to d3, looking now, this bishop is looking now at h7. And well, there were a few games on very high level games actually with this move in 22-23. Jordan van Forest played it twice. Sadvani Raunak and Parham Maksudlu also use this line with White. And what's interesting, Jordan van Forest played against Raunak Sadvani in his game bishop d3, and he won it very fast in 21 move. And then 1 month later, Raunak played it himself against Gukesh. So he liked the way and this idea.
Can you let us know how that game went?
Yeah, sure. It was a fast game, so let's see what went wrong for Black, and we might get some ideas what White is playing for, right? In that game between Jordan van Forest and Raunak Sadvani, it was the game on one of those Chess.com championships, probably 2023. Oh, it's very recent. 2 months. So it's one of those qualification, I think, tournaments that You are also commentating pretty often. Anyway, bishop captured on c3. Bishop takes c3. Here, queen takes
Queen
c3.
takes.
Knight e8. And surprisingly, after knight e8, we see the point now why White didn't develop her bishop to f4. Jordan played b3. b3, preparing bishop b2 move. I'm wondering
B2.
what was going to happen if Black would play queen to f6. Like I would, ask myself this question if I was.
I was also wondering the same thing.
Well, let's see. Because in the game, Black played d6, but queen f6, probably, the idea is to play queen e1 or something like that. But even that, it's not that dangerous, right? Queen e6. Anyway, in the game, Black played d6, bishop b2.
Bishop.
Well, now White should be happy because...
It looks great for White. You have your two raking bishops.
Yes.
Rook is getting ready to come to e1. And this is not so pleasant for Black.
Right.
Although you do have to remember that Black is a pawn up.
Yes. Bishop d7 was played in the game. But already at this point, I think we can say that Black misplayed in the opening because the knight is still in need. The bishops are developed. Yes, White is a pawn down, but the initiative that they have for the sacrifice pawn is just huge. And a very nice maneuver. White used queen b4 at this point, attacking the pawn on b7, and then transferring the queen after bishop c6 to f4. So like a little bit switching places and opening the bishops in a way. And in a few more moves, Black blundered some tactics and resigned.
Okay.
So...
Well, that's a very dangerous line for Black to go into. But if we were to go back to the position... and just see, is Black forced to go bishop takes knight?
No, definitely not.
Would be my question.
Yeah, I don't think so. But what to do, right? Black wants to develop somehow, and I think White's idea, probably is a threat already, to play bishop f4 to attack the knight on d6. And then try to get to e4 with the queen. And if the bishop is still on d4, it's going to be a double attack on h7 and on d4. So some tension is rising up for the moment, and Black needs to prepare for this bishop f4, knight d5, even bishop g5 at some point ideas.
Yeah, bishop g5 is definitely something that's coming in the air. And of course, h7 is a weakness. So I was just wondering, the openings that I play are all about controlling the light squares. So I was wondering about moves like c6, but okay, I can see bishop f4 immediately is going to be a problem for him. And bishop takes knight probably will have to be played at some point or other. Yeah. And what about basic moves like queen e8, making a trade of queens?
Trying to.
Yes, bishop f4.
I'm thinking maybe even bishop f4 might work here. Okay, I'll let you exchange the queens. But who knows, maybe even in this endgame, I might get some... Although here bishop takes c3, right? Bishop takes c3, attacking the rook on e1.
Attacking the rook, very important.
B takes c3, well, I'm obliged to take. In a way, bishop takes d6 is still... But here I can even capture on h7.
Oh, yes, you can.
Who knows, maybe you will play g6, hoping for this move. Hoping for this g6 move to happen. Huh?
And that would be the end of that World Championship first round. So no, you don't want that. So absolutely you don't want that. So let's get back. But after king f8, bishop takes h7, you feel that Black still has some questions to solve, You still need to develop these people. So maybe b6 is something to be done.
Yeah, and here I can start considering taking on d6 at some point, probably. Although, I mean, it always seems very, very close to equality, right? But sometimes, I mean, it works. Sometimes black equalizes. Sometimes it don't equalize. What else can be proposed? Since apart from capturing on d6, something else, bishop e4. It seems.
Well, incidentally, the players have Ju Wenjun has made the trade. Bishop takes knight.
Okay.
So
we are getting along this.
We are getting there. And the big question is, will she play knight e8? But it's also, judging by the clock times, looks like Ju Wenjun is unfamiliar with this particular variation and this new idea of going b3 and bishop b2. And if we do see this knight e8 move, which makes it a lot of sense because you want to untangle, you want to be going
and she makes
knight e8 on the board. And let's see, how disconcerting is it to be there, Women's World Championship, you're the reigning world champion, you know that you're facing an ambitious rising star, and she's just blitzing out the moves. I mean, she's got more time than she started off with. I mean, we have to remind ourselves of the time control, the normal FIDE standard classical, which is 40 moves in 90 minutes, and then you get 90 seconds. That'd be super fast, Jess. But then you get 30 minutes added on move 40, and with every move you get that bonus time of 30 seconds. So this is like standard FIDE control.
Well, it's standard FIDE control, but actually in the World Championship match, Nepodink, I mean in the overall championship match, the classical time control, not the FIDE one, but the longest one, is being used. And while here women are playing with, with the most common now in official events time control, which is 90 minutes. 40 moves, and then followed by 30 moves after move 40. And we see b3, right? Played very fast by Lei, so she is well aware of this game, but by Jordan van Forest, and probably that was her inspiration. Who knows? So hers or one of her trainers or seconds, and I'm very interested to see what Ju is gonna do now, because again, queen to f6 seems as a very logical move to me, like the most logical move in this position, I would say, because white wants to play bishop to b2, right? And but for the moment, the queen is on c3, the rook is on a1, and exchanging queens, as we know, when you have extra material, exchanging pieces usually should be in your favor. So why not give it a try? Because yes, I doubt that white wants to take on f6, even if she exchanges queens, and being a pawn down with a pair of two bishops in an open endgame, it can still be okay, right? But okay for equality, not more than that.
Exactly. Not, and also black is still pretty solid. The structure is okay. The pawn structure is over here. Lots of flexibility. It's just a question of timing and development. No, I think the key move is the one that you highlighted earlier. This funny move, moving the queen backwards, and obviously you cannot grab that rook on a1 because of queen takes knight, and that would be checkmate and ending the game. And then again, how to defend this. I mean, do you then be persistent with the idea of trading queens?
I think so. I think you should be, because you don't want to play king f8. How else can you protect the knight? Bringing it back to d6, well, it's not part of the plan, right?
That's not. Let's not do that to black's position.
And actually, it's a lost position already, it seems. If black plays, instead of queen e6, knight to d6, then white can play bishop a3. and threatening to take on d6. Because if queen d6, queen e8, queen f8, bishop h7 combination, right, happens.
So if he does, so yeah, even if you do something, okay, so let's play a duff move like this. You go this,
h6,
this, and then that's a nice trick to wake up to.
Yes. Good morning, world. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you don't want to be making that mistake, and it just also doesn't make any sense whatsoever to queen e1, queen e6. Sorry, yeah, it doesn't make any sense again to voluntarily jam up these pieces because you've moved the knight back to e8. I mean, the knight has done too many moves, and when you break the rules like that, you will be punished at some point. So
exactly.
yeah. And then queen e6 is an interesting idea because my vibe is, okay, to let the trade happen, but let it happen on white's terms. So for instance, just move the bishop out of the way. I don't quite know where it should go. I don't know whether it should go to f4 or a3 or b2, one of those. And queen takes queen, rook takes, and then hit the knight.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, something like bishop b2 might
work. Bishop b2. I wasn't sure. There's so many options.
Yeah, bishop f4, bishop a3 all seem all seem relevant. Yes.
Exactly. So okay, so let's just put a bishop b2, and how does black?
And again, it seems that black has to capture, because if she doesn't capture, d5 actually. d5 is on the board. Okay, we forget about queen f6.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's refresh then. Okay, so queen f6 is just a hypothetical question from our ends, and d5 on the board.
Yeah, an idea for game number 3. But d5, okay, as I mentioned in the game that we discussed earlier.
There they played d6.
Yeah, well, d6 seems to be more shy, right? Mm-hmm. And actually, Alireza Firuza, because Jordan Van Forest also played it exactly 1 year ago in Zagreb in this Grand Chess Tour Rapid tournament against Alireza Firuza. And Alireza also played d6. So d5 seems to be a novelty here. And yeah.
But it doesn't seem like it's a novelty that has phased Lei at all, because it's quite a natural move as well. I can imagine that Lei has discussed with the trainers, okay, what happens if d6? Very good, we know what to do. But if d5, and then she's answered a tempo, bishop f4.
Yes, of course. When you prepare such a line, such a forced line, and you know that the probability of this position after bishop d3 happening on the board, you do analyze almost every single reasonable move. And of course, you get ready for not just one line, right, that happened in some rapid game, but for every possibility that might happen. And d5 is one of the key moves that you consider in this position. I'm sure that they analyzed queen f6. They, of course, discussed d6 that happened twice on a very high level. But d5, again, is quite logical. Why play d6 if you can play in a more active way, if you can put your pawn onto this in the center and open up your bishop, and the bishop is ready to be developed to e6 or maybe to g4 at some point.
Mm-hmm. And so it's an interesting question here, because one of the things that so recently I took on a Polish trainer, and this Polish trainer was always saying to me, you sacrificed a pawn, tell me how you're going to win. I want to know about the final outcome. So he was always saying that, and I kind of appreciated that, because, and I was just thinking about the final outcome here for white. So for instance, if you were to make a move, just like a very solid move like c6, or maybe develop the bishop to e6, what is white's plan, or what is white's threats rather?
Yeah, that's a good question. I have no idea. Because okay, let's say bishop e6 is going to be played, right?
Yeah.
What does white want to do? Okay, the pawn is sacrificed, but it's quite clear that black is going to play something like queen d7, c6, as you mentioned, right? Putting this pawn away from white's attack. Then knight f6 is gonna come, or g6, knight g7, another very common idea in this Berlin might happen, although weakening black squares without a dark square bishop might be
definitely something you would consider in an endgame. It's a nice way to
in an endgame,
get the
yes.
knight out.
Yes. And what does white want?
Yeah. So the first thing I would be looking at is improving the worst place piece.
Okay. Let's say white plays rook e1. What's next?
Yeah. This is what I wanted to get to. Oh, well, they are answering questions for us.
We're about to find out.
E6.
Right, bishop e6. Yes, of course. Why not? Why not just develop your bishop, put it onto protected position?
Yeah. So I just put the rook on e1 just because, you know, I'm following the principles of improving the worst place piece. Nothing more than that.
Lei agrees with
you. And then
she did play rook e1.
She plays and yes. She did it very quickly as well. It means that she's seen it all before. So this is good news for. And also, just looking at the camera feed, Lei does look.
She's a little bit boring.
You mustn't. she does look a bit like. Okay, I know what to do. I mean, I don't think bored is quite the right word, because I have the same kind of resting chess face where I'm sit there and I'm deep in concentration, but my students are all sending me messages of bored. I was like, no.
No,
and
bored.
There you can see that Ju Wenjun looks slightly apprehensive. And again, she has the choice. The queen d7. You can't develop your knight to f6 because you're going to get pinned immediately. Could it be also an idea to go knight to d6? Just because...
again, to d6. Well, it's been there, but long before, right? Long before, yes. Maybe now the pawn, since the pawn is on d5, who knows? Maybe it can get back.
Yeah.
Well, but again, after knight d6, I'm afraid white is gonna play bishop e5, attacking the pawn on g7, and black is gonna say, "Okay, I have changed my mind once again," and back to e8. Right? Why not? Why not? I mean,
Yeah, but then you kind of feel that the Jordan plan. I'm going to borrow that leaf from his book, where he went queen b4 and then switched the queen to f4 and then started moving the pieces to the right side.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, like, the more logical way for a black right now seems to me.
I don't think
c6.
that.
No, 96, 98 seems a little bit.
Yeah. No, it's just 96 is too much. It's
too hesitating.
But c6 I like, especially as a Caro player. I open with this move, and I also play the Slav. So you'll see me play it with second. I'd have a fondness for solidifying the center.
Okay,
but on the other hand, this is the unchallenged. I mean, it does break the rules a little bit, because this bishop on f4 is the unchallenged bishop. Oh, and we have a move.
Queen d7.
c6 on the board. Oh, queen d7.
Queen d7, yes. For the moment, queen d7.
Queen d7. Let's go back.
But still, it doesn't answer the question what's going to happen to this knight on e8 and this pawn on c7, what she's going to do about it. For example, if white just plays something very simple as h3, right? Or a4, I don't know, some pawns moves, because... what's going to happen next? How black is going to untangle herself? How she's going to solve this knight e8 problem?
Yeah. But maybe you can forget about its existence and just work on reinforcing the center, maybe getting the rook into play. And then again, ask white the question, you are after all a pawn down. So
in this modern chess, I mean, those well, lines happen pretty often when one side just sacrifices a pawn, not for some concrete reasons, right? Not just to win with a brilliant combination. No, it's in a positional way. Okay, we're a pawn down, but we just continue to play as nothing had happened. We're just just developing our pieces, improving our positions. This martial attack style playing, and
Yeah.
we see, a4 is on the board. It's about a long positional battle, and White just believes that her two strong bishops is, I mean, does worth at
Just
least a pawn.
right. Right. And yeah, you mentioned about this whole idea of this long-term pawn sacrifice. I mean, it started to become popular after Alpha Zero had
Right.
its a big battle against Stockfish, where it was just giving pawns and just saying, look, I'm just going to enjoy the space, the freedom of movement with my pieces. And again, you are right. White is being very maximalist with the position. So how should Black react? Now,
And I would feel very
do
uncomfortable with the knight on
me,
e8. So I would do, anything that is in my power, right, to get it somewhere to f6, d6. But again, I'm saying to myself, okay, let's pretend that I play c6 and knight f6. But in that case, this knight can be attacked with the bishop, right? After knight f6, white can play bishop e5. And then what's going to happen? Does it need to get back to e8? Or if it gets protected, then some rook e3, rook g3 ideas might, be might become possible. So I don't
yeah,
know. I don't know what
yeah,
how Black is gonna decide um, what to do
yeah.
next. Hmm?
It is a tricky question to answer. I mean, I was wondering whether, okay, so I wasn't sure about c6, just because I feel like c6 lengthens the power of this bishop on f4. And I have this philosophy. I have many philosophies in life, but one of
Okay,
them is
that's interesting.
when I'm fighting
Mhm.
against the bishop pair, I try to not lengthen the bishop that I can't challenge on, and I just
Uh-huh.
see that with c6 there are some squares on d6 that are loose, and as you mentioned, the bishop will park itself on e5.
Mhm.
So, and also, I also have a confession. I've been sat next to a grandmaster who I won't mention, but everyone knows, who hates to push pawns. He's always saying to me, "Think of the consequences. You can't push them back." So
Alright.
yeah. So no, I was just wondering, like, yeah, again, but you mentioned very, very, that every time, say, you put a knight on d6, bishop comes to e5, and yeah, I mean,
What's
you
next?
don't want to be, yeah, exactly. You don't want to be moving back to e8. And then this begs the question, can you get away with weakening moves such as f6, which feels like I'm playing with fire, but maybe.
Right. Maybe I'm thinking because in this situation I would like try to to calculate some lines, some very direct lines connected with knight e4, not like
Yeah.
immediately, but probably if I play f6, right, bishop gets away, then I play knight e4, trying to
Yeah.
sacrifice this pawn, but reach a position with opposite colored bishops and thus more drawing chances. But in that case, we see that the pawn on c7 is still on prise, is still under attack,
Yeah.
and that might give us an idea to protect it if we don't want to left on the diagonal for white's bishop, to protect it with rook c8 before heading to d6 and e4.
Aha.
So that might also
Oh,
be quite reasonable, right? Okay, we protect the pawn, not by c6, but with the rook. And then we start considering jumping with the knight somewhere to d6.
I like it. And also, you still, one fine day, again, because ultimately I'm at my heart a pawn pusher, c5 and c4, and get them going. But okay, that's just optimistic dreams. But I like this idea of rook c8.
Yeah, just protect it.
And then just protect it, keep the pawn structure on this side of the board flexible. And again, how does white continue?
Yeah, ask white what they're gonna do, because okay, compensation is nice, but it's just a compensation. Yeah, at some point you really want to
Yeah.
have some materialistic points as well, not only about something that you cannot really.
Exactly. One of my favorite quotes is from Boris Gelfand, and he said, "The secret ambition of every gambiter is to
Right.
win back that pawn."
Exactly.
That you can breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's not that easy to come. I mean, either you go maximalist even more, you push a5 as in, or you could perhaps again
H3, I like this move. Just in case. Who knows what this game is gonna bring us? Who knows?
Yeah.
Just to have this window for the king,
Yeah.
and also knight g4, bishop g4, just to eliminate those ideas.
Yeah, just to control the g4 square. So you're not a fan of going h4. That was also another move on my radar.
I would consider
Too
this
much.
move if black's pawn would be on g6, I think. Because,
Okay.
I don't know, h4 here. Well, nowadays you always have to consider this move, right? As we're being taught. h4 should always be in our, around
exactly.
in our head as a possibility, but I don't know. For the moment, I don't feel like playing it, but it might change.
Yeah, it completely can change. So anything can certainly happen in the start of the first game. And a very fighting choice from Lei Tingjie. She sacrificed the pawn. She has the bishop pair. And now it's Ju Wenjun's move. And I think it's the perfect time to take our very first break for us to get our morning cups of coffee and carry on enjoying this amazing start to the day. And yeah, let's take a quick break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
way!
It has to give it. Mate! You voted mate!
Chance, rook f7. Whoa, no! No! No!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. For everyone who's just joined us, I'm Jovanka Hauska, and I'm here with the amazing Grandmaster Alexandra Kastaniuk, and we're bringing you the first game of the 2023 Women's World Championship, the first half, which is hosted in Shanghai. And we have been 18 moves in, and the situation is this. Lei Tingjie has sacrificed a pawn, but she is well into her home preparation. And we just saw now that Ju Wenjun has made a move. She did, in fact, play into the moves that we were considering. And now Lei Tingjie is taking her first thought of the game.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Even though she's thinking, we can look at her clock, and she's, well, she still has more time than she had before her first move. Well, now she's getting lower on time, but yes, her home preparation was quite impressive. She did surprise her opponent with a very interesting pawn sacrifice in one of the Berlin lines. Right now, she has a pair of bishops, some initiative, some compensation for the sacrificed pawn, and it's going to be very interesting how she's gonna continue using this initiative, because we know that if the side who has the initiative must attack, must try to use this initiative, otherwise it can just disappear, and black is gonna be left with an extra pawn.
Yeah, and it's an important extra pawn. It's one in the middle of the board, so that has a lot of value. I agree with you. I mean, now is the time for Lei Tingjie to start making some kind of move, and we were looking at the natural move, bishop e5, with the attacking the g7 point, because this is something that I also came across. I think it was actually from a Russian grandmaster, Nadezhda Kosintseva. She was talking about one of her principles in chess was that you should always look at the consequences of your opponent's move. And by moving the knight from e8, you've relinquished the defense of the g7 point. So the first move that you should consider, and if you're in time trouble, you should play moves that are now available to you that wasn't available before. And so bishop e5 would make a lot of sense using that philosophy, attacking the g7 point. And we were discussing, black shouldn't really be moving the knight back to e8 again. That feels like it's one step too far in the direction of a passive down. So you don't want that. But we were looking at moves like f6 and whether black can get away with that. Other moves that we were thinking about was simply not putting the bishop on e5, but just making a calm move like h3. I was trying to tempt you to step
your ambitious move h4, which actually can be quite an interesting idea. I mean, I like this, of course. I mean, I say that I would go for a more cautious move, but in my games I usually play h4, and then I start wondering why did I make such aggressive moves.
Well, this is the thing. When it comes to playing chess, I think I probably would play h3.
Exactly, vice versa. Yes. So,
but when I'm commentating, it's not my position, and so I always have the possibility of taking back and going, oh yes, it was bad. Don't do as I just suggested.
Okay, and yes, for me it's vice versa. When I play h4 without thinking, because what else, right? To sacrifice the pawn, we need to attack h5, h6. We know how it goes. But when I'm commentating, I try to pretend, to be a very solid player with a very deep positional knowledge, and of course, I just play h3 because pawns don't go backwards, as we know. Yes,
yeah.
Right. Where does it go? Why does it go away when I play chess?
Yeah. So what do we think? I mean, because we're analyzing, right? And we have the privilege of being able to take back the move. How about we go h4? And then
let's do that.
let's and let's see, how black will handle this idea of h5, h6, which is, a clearer signal as anything. So I don't know. If I were
rook
black, I
e8,
would
yes,
be a little bit
h4, rook e8, right? Something. We need to bring our
Yeah, okay,
piece
rook
into
e8. I like that
Mhm.
move. And
h5, of
okay,
course.
h5. H5, I
Right.
like this.
Okay, h6 is about to be played. Usually black doesn't want to let it happen unless she can exchange everything immediately by playing bishop f5, but it does look very scary after rook e8, something. A lot of pieces hanging, a lot of pieces
Yeah.
unprotected, and it feels like maybe bishop d6 even might be winning. Who knows? I mean,
Oh,
it
we
does
have a
look
move.
wrong.
What is
Oh,
what is she
did you do?
played? Okay,
What
hang
did
on.
she do? But the pawn is still on h2, I must say. Maybe it was rook e3, no?
Oh, yes, it is rook e3.
Immediately. No, that's what I was going to say, that after h4, rook e8, h5, h6, the line that we discussed, rook
Yeah.
e3 can be played when the pawn is already on h6, right? It looks very logical, but here, okay, she goes
Rook
up
e3.
immediately. But right now, what she's gonna do after knight f5? If I play knight f5, like as you mentioned about the consequences, right? The rook is on e3. It can be attacked. So
It certainly can be attacked, and then how complicated is it? So I have choices. So I have rook h3. That's option 1. So I'm trying to also be very disciplined with my calculation. So because obviously, and there's also bishop takes knight, and what else is there? That's it.
Well, moving your rook somewhere to e5, right? Also
e5 is also possible. Okay, so then my big worry with moves like bishop takes knight was whether d4 was in fact a possibility.
Well, d4, well, I can always retreat my queen, right? The pawn feels less
Also,
protected on d4.
Yeah, also there's bishop takes bishop as well. So hang on, let's just put that up on the board. So you can't play moves like this because this happens. And then pawn takes bishop, you're in for a rude awakening after some move like queen d3. So, and you can't take the rook. So d4 is not something to worry about. So you can play bishop takes f5.
Right.
But do you want to play bishop takes?
Well,
but maybe
course.
that's like the
that's
fallback.
ownable. Bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5. We just need to look at this line with capturing the pawn on c7. But if white captures with the queen, then the pawn on c2 is going to hang, right, after.
Yeah.
And if you capture with this bishop, then we should consider rook c8. And even though capturing on c7 straight away is not a threat, after bishop takes c7, I'm sorry, d4. Then,
d4 is happening as well.
Course.
So, I mean, and also it feels like you put the bishop on a great square because after moves like rook g3, bishop comes to g6, and suddenly that's a great defender. Yeah.
Right. It's a very interesting crossroad for white after knight f5 because definitely bishop takes f5 doesn't seem to work. But in that case, white needs to answer this question: where does this rook go? Why did she play rook e3? So fast, right? She didn't have to do it. One of the reasons might be, yes, as you mentioned, getting to h3. And okay, for me, it feels a little bit like sad because we're moving our rook away from the only open file in the position. Feels like going all in already at this stage. And when you're playing white, it's a little bit sad to take such a responsible decision so early on in the game, because it might be a good position, right? It might be pretty equal, but for us, like for human beings, like putting your rook away, it just can be stuck there. If you don't create an attack, and now white is definitely playing for attack only, then you can just end up in a very bad position with your rook away from this open file on h3 with a pawn down, and it might be
I
quite
completely
unpleasant.
agree with you. It's going all in for the attack. And remember, this is also the first game. This is setting the scene. The worst thing for Lei Tingjie is if she loses with the white pieces in game one.
Although let's have a look. I mean, there are some, of course, interesting lines might happen after rook h3. For example, if black plays something as h6.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
In that case, and we do ignore the pawn on c7, right? Because we consider that if white takes it, then black will be happy to exchange the queens. And again, this rook on h3 will just be such a bad piece. So with the rook on h3, it's all about the attack. And the attack, of course, starts with the move g4.
Yep.
And now you see that, I mean, there is no way back. I mean, white burnt all the bridges, rook on h3, pawn on g4. But if the knight goes to e7, it might work pretty well after bishop takes h6.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
then, suddenly, for some reason, white is just almost winning, it seems. Of course, there are some difficult and complicated lines after d4 that we need to calculate and see what's going to happen. I believe queen to d2, maybe, with the idea to capture on g7 or to play queen g5. Yeah, let's see. Bishop takes g4.
But bishop takes queen g5 is...
Yes.
Oh, nope. Nope, that wasn't the one. Oh, hang on. Okay. I was also wondering, bishop takes g7.
Then bishop takes h3. I didn't see what was going to happen after.
Then they have a check on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you
bishop
can
h7.
Chess, actually.
Maybe bishop h7. Look, bishop h7. King h7, bishop g7. Can that work out?
Oh, yes.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy now because it feels that we must finish it, or it's going to be too late. And that's beautiful. So you see, there are some ideas, of course, but again, if you hadn't analyzed it at home, what are the probabilities for you to go to h3? In a blitz game, of course, you just play and you just try to checkmate your opponent often. But in a classical game, you know that such attacks usually just don't work. There are so many defensive possibilities usually for your opponent, and you might just end up with your pieces, completely out of the play.
Uncoordinated, and you could end up, like you say, with the rook saddled on h3 and the black rook taking control in the center where the action will eventually take place. So but she did play rook e. But the thing is that she did play rook e3.
That knight f5 is not on the board yet, right? Rook e3.
No, we also definitely. Mm-hmm. There are other options now for Ju Wenjun. And this is also something that Ju Wenjun will be considering. She will be thinking if she goes knight f5 to try to force the situation, because the human mind doesn't necessarily like complications. We strive for simplicity and easy positions to play. She might just think, okay, rook h3 is too complicated, g4 is coming. I also don't want to lose in 25 moves or something like that.
Right, yeah.
Is there
to start a match like this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And so, I mean, are there any ways that Ju can just kind of maintain the tension? Like, for instance, can she be reckless and go rook e8? Does she need to take any defensive measures? Because white's pieces
I
are,
thought
now
that
I look
knight
at
f5
it,
is a very active, move, attacking the rook, trying to prove the point that the rook on h3 doesn't belong there, but who knows?
I would just, because also the rook is coming to g3 as well. I mean, that's the most basic idea there with the rook. decision time, and there we can see Ju Wenjun probably will take a long pause. And while Ju Wenjun is thinking, let's have a look at how Lei Tingjie got her ticket into the championship, a journey that started all the way back in 2021 when Lei Tingjie won the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss in Latvia.
Yes, and we are back.
Okay, and there
okay,
we
can revive this moment. Actually, I want to add, to say something about her road, because it seemed so impressive to me. As I mentioned, that at that time China was closed due to the pandemic, and it was so difficult for the players to get out and play. Any tournaments abroad, and the Chinese players, they seem to have just one chance, one in a year. So you have just one possibility in a year, and Lei Tingjie chooses this women's Grand Swiss. She says, "Okay, I have one chance in a year. It's not the World Cup. It's gonna be the Grand Swiss." She didn't play in the World Cup. Her Tan Zhonghui played and did very well. But okay, and she goes to this Grand Swiss. It's her only chance, her only international start, and she wins it brilliantly. In a style, and she was so motivated. I remember she was running at the closing ceremony there, asking about the dates of the women's candidates so she can prepare better. She was so excited, she was asking everyone when we are gonna play. And then this women's candidates tournament being postponed and being reformatted, and doesn't matter. Again, the only tournament for her in 2022, these candidates matches, like qualification matches for the finals, and she wins it brilliantly despite facing very, very tough opponents, Muzachuk sisters. And the final match against her teammate and actually the player she was growing with together in one city in China, which is impressive. Tan Zhonghui, the former women's world chess champion, so she won it so convincingly. And I was commentating this match, and I was pretty impressed with her play.
Yeah, no, I also was very impressed, because I also remember it all started in the Grand Swiss. She raced ahead in that tournament. I think she won it with one round to spare, and she just looked untouchable. And then, of course, the candidates, where she beat Maria Muzachuk, and then she defeated older sister Anna, again, quite needing no tie breaks. And then, as you mentioned, it was her childhood friend. I'm going to put my neck out on the line. I think Tan Zhongyi is like one of her best friends as well. So to kind of put that all aside, and she lost in the first game as well, and she had to make a comeback.
It was a dramatic game. Yeah, indeed. It was a very dramatic game, and despite this loss, she just convincingly won. And yes, here she is playing her first ever World Championship match. And I think even though it feels like she lost a few years of her career due to this pandemic going on, those restrictions, not being able to go and play. Despite all those obstacles, she's here and she's playing, she's competing against her compatriot Ju Wenjun, who also suffered, as I mentioned, quite a lot, and she was not being being able to play abroad, and I think she played her last classical event, if I'm not mistaken, was right in March 2020, one of the FIDE Grand Prix in Lausanne. And then, the world shut down, the China was closed, and she was not participating in any events like FIDE events, World Cups, World Rapid and Blitz, Grand Swiss. She was staying in China. hoping that she
Yeah.
will defend her title when everything gets back to normal. And yes, now she's playing, defending her title once again after a very tense previous match against Alexandra Goryachkina, that she won only on tie breaks. It was a very close and very nerve-wracking match. Now she's here again, and let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see. Well, for the moment, she's getting very low on her time, right? She spent almost half of her main control time before move 30. She just has 45 minutes. But okay, the position is such that if Black manages, to coordinate her pieces to solve all those problems and to find a consolidating plan, then it's going to be easy to play. But okay, now is a very important question: what to do after this Rook E3, because her opponent is playing so fast, 123.
Yeah.
Still
I
on
think
the
she's
clock.
barely used any time on the clock. 7 minutes, and they've played 19 moves. And there we can see picture of Ju Wenjun. She has her head in her hands, and she's just contemplating all the variations. And I kind of feel that we should dive deeper into like knight f5. I think we really have to put it to the test. And White's most critical move is either rook e5 or rook h3.
Well, yes, but
Shall
rook
we
e5
try to
or
refute
rook
rook
e1,
h3?
they don't change the position. But rook h3, of course, it does. But still, I don't believe we're gonna see it on the board. It's just so hard for me to believe that White will go rook h3, because it feels.
I also think that too, but the thing is though, we can try to refute. We can no engines here. We can just use our because it's nice also to have that perspective from Ju Wenjun. She's nervous. Everyone is nervous when they're playing the first game of the World Championship. It's like being on the stage, right? And the lights come up and suddenly you're expected to perform. It's that kind of similar feeling. And here, yeah, I agree with you. And I can see there were some comments from chat saying some people didn't believe it. Some people were thinking, oh, skeleton of an attack. One of my favorite phrases. Because the 3 is the golden number and there's like 4 pieces like sniffing around. And how does Black put this attack away? So we saw that h6 was a little bit problematic because of g4.
Well, I mean, I was even
then, you still have to be precise because you
Exactly.
could get away with h6 because after g4 it could be some kind of like intermediate moves, like d4 needed to be played. Maybe the knight needed to go to d6. All sorts of things. I mean, the first move that I would be considering is like chasing that queen away to d4. But I don't know whether I chase it to greener
But
grasses.
if you play d4, yes, you kind of want to push this queen away. But again, what does it change in the position? It weakens the e4 square, right? So I might consider like... And also queen d2 is also quite an interesting idea. Preparing bishop h6, because eventually your knight is going to get away. Queen e1, queen e4 is one plan, queen d2, and when you retreat your knight, bishop takes h6 is another one. So d4 might help in a way to...
Also, can White always bail out, for instance, with queen takes c7?
That feels as a good... it's quite an achievement for Black. Because, again, okay, the queens are off, as I mentioned. Queen takes e7, bishop takes e7, the rook is on h3. What is doing there? It's not clear. I will play knight e7 gladly. The rook is still on h3. The pawn on g4 is hanging. No, of course, attack in this endgame.
This is the big problem.
Yeah, it's such a relief. It feels as a very big
you kind of want it on
relief
e1, doing something else. So that queen takes c7 isn't consistent with the way the White's been playing. So after d4, so let's have a look at which one do you prefer, queen d2, Queen
D2,
E1.
yes, for the moment.
Queen
yeah,
D2.
let's have a look at this one, because
target.
we know this motive, right? If the knight gets away, bishop h6, and if you capture on g4, bishop h7 wins. We know that already.
Yeah.
So, it feels pretty tense. Maybe you can just play knight d6, and after bishop h6, play something like f6. But okay, it's just so. It shouldn't be happening. Knight e4, and knight e4 straight away is on the board. Okay, we consider this move briefly. Remember, I was saying about this idea. After bishop e5, f6, knight e4, we analyzed it a little bit, but she decided to play it like immediately, almost, maybe not forcing white to take on c7, but inviting white to capture this pawn.
Yeah. Well, it has been, I would say it's consistent with Ju, because I was looking at her earlier games in the World Championship match, and she has a strength and also a weakness at the same time, that she cannot handle the tension for too long. I think that's probably fair to say that for everyone. But she tends to make those simplifying moves. Like, for instance, she will suddenly trade pieces, and sometimes it doesn't make sense, but it's just a sign of being nervous.
Well, not always, but we just, as you mentioned, everyone wants to release this tension and pressure, right? We want to clarify position when we play, and especially when the rook is getting there to h3 and you see all those brilliant lines, you want to exchange queens as fast as possible. So I can understand her feelings pretty well. And here, maybe, yes, in some of the positions, you really need to keep this pressure going. But in that case, I think it's quite a reasonable decision to try to, force white to change as many pieces as possible. And as mentioned before, opposite colored bishops may, stay on the board. And thus, it's going to lead to positions with more drawing chances. And of course, playing your first game with black, you also want to play it solid, right? You also don't want any fireworks happening so soon in the match.
And on the subject of draws, the players are not actually allowed to offer a draw until move 40. No, until move 40. That's normally it's move 30, but for some reason they've decided move 40 here. And so they will have to, if the position is drawish in some way, they will have to find a way to repeat moves. And there you can see the match format. It's a best of 12 games. So the first person who reaches 6.5 points, you're going to get the title. There's no draw for before move 40. And there will be tie breaks if the match is tied after these 12 games. And it's an interesting tiebreak format. They will play 4 rapid games at the traditional time control of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And then you play these, I kind of call them long blitz games. 2 of those, which will be played at 5 minutes plus 3 seconds per move. And then if it's still tied after that, they will play 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And then they will keep on playing until they get a decisive result.
Right. Yeah, that is still quite a long way to go till the tie break, right? Still 12 classical games, and it seems the tie break is almost unreachable, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll find out whether we get there. I agree with you. It's game 1. It is very much early days. And so it's a big decision for Lei Tingjie. She can either maintain the initiative, step forward with the queen, or maybe she cannot. I was thinking step forward with the queen, maybe to put it on e5 and transfer it, not to g6, but to go to h5, transfer it in that direction. Or she can grab material, and she can do this in 2 ways. She can grab it on c7, or she can eliminate the knight. And what would be your instincts, Alexandra?
Well, queen takes c7, of course, I think should be the first move to calculate and consider, because as you mentioned before, it's a dream of every gambit player, right? To win this sacrificed pawn back. So that's exactly the case. I mean, finally, with a relief, okay, she's about to make her move, by the way.
She's about to
You
make a
kind
move.
of getting back this pawn and say, okay, maybe it's not about getting a huge advantage anymore, but at least I'm not risking, anything. I got this pawn back. And I think
She's
about to
reaching for the
capture it.
pawn.
Yeah.
She's taking it. Yeah. And I think that this was the most natural move on the
And
board.
that's a relief.
Yeah.
That's a relief for why she got this pawn back. Because yes, when you're a computer, you're so strong in maintaining this pressure and playing this positional, sacrifices, masterpieces. But for us, like human beings, we want to keep things under control. And for us, under control usually means playing with the same amount of pieces and pawns on the board. So yes, queen takes a7 is played. Now the material is equal, and let's see if the position is after queen takes a7. I think we should expect this move because rook c8 doesn't seem to be a very good move, right? Rook c8, then white can change her mind and play queen e5.
Queen
the moves that you
e5, right?
mentioned.
So yeah. So if you go rook c8, yeah, you can certainly pivot and keep the queens on the board. So yeah, I'm also anticipating queen takes queen.
And
Bishop
it's,
takes.
I think, on the board. Yes, exactly. And
Yep.
immediately, Ju plays knight to c5, right?
Yep.
Yes. Attacking white's bishop. And of course, it's a part of black's plan to try to exchange at least one of the bishops, to not to let white play with a pair of two bishops. Because
Yeah.
if we imagine instead of knight c5, black playing something like rook c8, then, although, okay, bishop e5, we should just see the difference. Probably it gives some extra time to white to stabilize the position.
Exactly. So stabilize the d4 square, because the way that Ju's done it, she has the possibility. I'm not saying she will do it immediately, but she does have these ideas of going d4, d3 at the right time.
Right. So it's a very direct and very active approach. Knight c5, if white doesn't want to exchange this bishop. And I think exchanging this bishop will lead to a very drawish endgame, like saying bishop e5, knight takes d3, rook takes d3. Of course, this pawn on d5 is a weakness, but it's so well protected and opposite colored bishop, so I think it's just a draw. So, but what else? Okay, let's say bishop e2.
Exactly. Keep the bishops on the board. After all, let's. I don't know where to put it. Maybe bishop. I don't know whether to go f1 or bishop e2. Bishop e2 makes more sense because I guess you can put the bishop on f3. And
but after bishop e2, well, after bishop f1 as well. I mean, of course, black can just play bishop f5, or we can consider something more active, such as d4 even.
Yeah, d4 was what I was thinking. So this is why I wasn't sure where to put the bishop.
Right.
Because then after rook e5, you do have moves like d3
b6
already.
Immediately. Oof! Immediately d3. Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
That looks,
whether it's good or not, I don't know. But
but yeah, to realize that there are such ideas in this position, very important. Is very important.
So yeah, it's an interesting. So knight c5. I do feel like if you want to do something, is it worth the while to kind of go bishop b5, try to provoke a6?
Does it change?
Then drop all the back.
Does it change anything? I mean, if I just continue with the plan, with the d4 plan, after bishop b5, d4?
Yeah, if you go d4, then still d3 is... But then I rook g3.
Well, still rook e5. Kind of, you want to...
Yeah, rook e5.
D3, I think,
You can
doesn't work immediately. I was calculating like rook c5, d2, but there is bishop e2.
Bishop-
It seems that
yeah,
everything is under
let's
control.
put that on the board. Everything is under control because the bishop drops back to e2, so that's good. Good news for white. So,
Yeah, but probably
rook e5,
b6 works pretty well.
b6. Yeah, b6 and yeah,
Getting ready for d3.
and of course bishop c6 is met by rook c8. I mean, black's pieces are very, very active.
And white's pieces are very discoordinated somehow. Those bishops, those rooks, it doesn't click in a way.
I'm just wondering whether there's any b4s, just to uncoordinate black's pieces.
Wow, nice. Yes, this rule, the philosophy: attack the number one. If
Okay. I'm going to add that to
attack-
my golden rules. I live by
right.
my golden rules in chess.
That's nice. I love to hear those rules. They might help, right? Sometimes in all those.
They help. Nine out of 10 lawyers. not necessarily chess players.
Not necessarily, yes, but sometimes. I mean, chess can be a very simple game.
Yeah, but it's important to know the rules, and then it's important to know when to break them.
Exactly.
rule
There are
number
so
one.
many exceptions. There are so many exceptions in chess. What to do now? Maybe attack the number one. I said rook c8. Can I counterattack? The best defense is attack.
Yeah,
They say
and
at least. But I was afraid, after rook c8 here. I was afraid for the moment about bishop b6, and then white capturing on c5 and create a passed pawn on the a file. And maybe it's okay still, but rook takes c5 would be a huge mistake, I believe. So probably b5 is still. Because here you kind of capture and then you just a pawn. No, play.
Push the a pawn or bishop c6.
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 Feels very dangerous.
It certainly does. Bishop c6 or a5, and either way, the a pawn is promoting. So let's not get into that. So bishop takes b6,
probably b takes c5.
Back to here.
Capture.
B takes c5. But still, the a pawn is very dangerous.
Yes, a5, c4, but with the rook on c8, maybe those central pawns might offer some counter chances to black.
And as FIDE master James Canty says, we off to the races. I love that line.
Yes, pawns races. We love them. But when you're sitting and calculating, you're playing, when you're inside those races, your head turns.
They're horrible.
Yes, away.
Yeah, and have you ever done this?
Yeah.
Sometimes you
do everything.
revert back to their childhood.
Right.
And then it goes there, and then he goes there, and then you go, oh.
Yeah, and then you repeat.
When you solve them. Yeah, exactly. But when you solve it, and I've seen it so many times, even from top players, they solve it and they go, yeah.
Tick tock, tick
Got
tock,
it.
tick tock. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's very complicated. D3 is coming, with C3 is also in the air, and of course white has A6, A7, and well, the bar just says it's completely equal, but for a human mind, this is far from equal. So yeah, knight C5 on the board. So this was bishop. This was looking at bishop to B5, just getting ready to support some kind of B4 if needed. What do we think about bishop B5? Could that be something? Bishop B5.
Well, it can, but I'm just
also
wondering
A6.
whether white really wants to get to all those, races and complications and give black any chances. Maybe it's time to wrap up, to say, okay, probably, well, black did everything fine. She kind of equalized. Maybe it's time to play bishop e5, exchange, and go home.
Yeah. Not quite go home though, because you got game 2.
Well,
and
go home for the
11
moment.
more games.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Till tomorrow. See you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
but for Ju Wenjun, it will be a kind of a little victory, so to speak, because she did survive Lei Tingjie's home preparation. And
Definitely.
for Lei Tingjie, it also is a small victory in the sense that she came out and the first thing she did was put Ju Wenjun under pressure.
Yes. Well, when you play such solid openings as the Berlin defense, you know that even your opponent is very well prepared, but your position is so solid. You of course know the basic ideas, and you're ready when playing black in general to spend more time in the opening, because well, it's just white who's trying some lines and prepared some lines against you. But that's an advantage of playing such like solid openings. You just know that things should not go very wrong, if you do everything, I mean, according to the plan, even if you're
Yeah.
not aware of certain moves. Just the ideas and you stick to them.
That's very true. But there's some openings which are different. Like for instance, you have different types of solid. So what I wanted to say is like e4, e5. You just by the fact that you copy the amount of space, you kind of neutralize and you neutralize. Whereas, like for instance, in an opening like the Caracal, the French defense, once you've neutralized, you can actually look forward to the counter because you have no space.
Yes, exactly. So very different approaches, right?
Yeah.
E5 is very symmetrical, and if you equalize, it usually means that you exchange everything. The structure is very symmetrical. I mean, everything is so alike that it's just drawish. While the Caracal and all those French defense and not so symmetrical defenses, they're different in a way that if you equalize, the structure is still not very symmetrical, and you can hope for those breakthroughs, some counterplay, because you gave up space. That means that your opponent pushed forward a little bit more, right? Pushed pawns forward, and you can attack those pawns if they're not very well supported. So yeah. It's a riskier approach, but like more ambitious one. So yeah, I like both.
Yeah. I think it's depends on your style, but I have to say there have been times where I have regretted playing Caracal.
How many times you were very happy about it?
I was exactly on the balance of odds. I think, yes, of course, I've been much happier. But there have been situations where I've noticed people who have been very uncomfortable when you keep their pawn structure symmetrical. And I kind of tend to call those often grandmasters who are like space grabbers, like your Peter Svidler. You know that he's going to grab the space, and he's very effective with using that space. And also, you think you're also a space grabber as well. You like to grab and then come forward.
Sometimes I regret about it. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I mean, because when playing a symmetrical opening, when playing e5, especially against a lower rated opponent, we're not talking about a world championship match, right? But against a lower rated opponent, you know that he or she can just, trade so many pieces and pawns, and we end up in a completely like symmetrical drawish position, and it's going to be so hard to kind of use your experience and strengths and everything, this rating difference to prove that you are stronger. While when you're playing a Caracal, you know that, okay, he or she might get some space and even some advantage, but at the end, the position is still very tense and some counterplay chances. So there are different approaches, and yeah, it's good if you can choose what to play, if your knowledge, chess knowledge, allows you to really pick an opening depending on the opponent you play. So
yeah, I agree with that completely. It's all about knowledge. It's all about widening that base. And whilst Lei Tingjie is thinking about this position, deciding whether she's going to move the bishop or whether she wants more and will play for an aggressive way, well, I think it's time for our second break. And well, it's great to mention that Chess.com have a new program. It's the College Ambassador Program, the Chess.com College Ambassador Program. It's back. And if you want to help grow chess on college campuses, join the team and receive support from Chess.com in the form of diamond memberships, Chess.com merch, learning opportunities, and much more. Ambassadors are also eligible for unique perks for improving their chess, career development, and meeting chess celebrities. Who wouldn't want to do that? And for all the details, use !CAP in chat, and we'll be back right after this break. So don't go anywhere. See you in a few minutes.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, one for sure is interviewing the Holocaust survivor in 1956, French women's chess champion Isabelle Schaukel. Started out as a podcast for Ladies' Night in the Grid, and it turned out that I got a chance to travel to Paris and actually meet Isabelle herself. That's a little piece that's going to be coming out on Chess.com soon. That was just magical. I mean, I'm Jewish, and seeing the rise of anti-Semitism is really disturbing. And to be able to talk to somebody who was almost slaughtered in one of the worst atrocities of all time, but is still living 80 years later, and really not just living, but thriving, like providing so much inspiration to everyone around the world. I mean, it's a magical moment. Like, this is like one of the reasons why we play chess and why we create art, for moments like that. So I feel really lucky to have met Isabelle and thankful for that. Also, another moment that really stands out for me was when Judith Polgar visited my US Chess Girls Club. We had hundreds of girls there from all over the world. In fact, we had girls from Kenya, we had girls from, obviously the United States, from Colombia, and we also had adult women there as well. So it was a huge turnout, and Judith was just so charming and brilliant in her answers. In particular, I noticed that a lot of girls asked her similar questions on a variation of like, what do you do if your confidence is shattered? What do you do if you lose a few games in a row? If you're scared, if you don't know what to do? And it's funny because Judith's reply was so striking to me, because she was just like, oh man, these questions are tough for me because I've always been so confident. And she did manage to reply, but it was interesting to me to see that was a bit of a struggle for her, because she has always had that confidence that she was great. She hasn't suffered from imposter syndrome. And I think that's a big secret to her success, and just a reminder of how important confidence is to becoming the best chess player that you can be.
China, The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Zijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it! Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Honey Dates finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the 500,000 euro prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship.
Hello, and we are back. And for those viewers who've just joined us, I'm International Master Ivanka Hostkowska. I almost got my name wrong. It's a great pleasure to be here commentating all the action of the Women's World Championship match 2023 alongside Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yes, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone.
So 21 moves in, 22 moves in, we see that Lei Tingjie, she got her preparation in, but Ju Wenjun has found some ways to get the queens traded, and now we're in an endgame where we did see Lei Tingjie take a pause and consider her options. And whilst we were on that break, there has been a move played.
Right, yes, Lei did make her choice. Well, we can sum up a little bit what happened in the opening. It was another barely a very solid one that kind of been dominating the top chess scene for almost a quarter of the century now, right? First, Vladimir Kramnik introduced it on a very high level in his World Championship match against Garry Kasparov and introduced it very successful, becoming the world champion. And then everyone's attention turned towards this opening, and it's been a very solid weapon against the first e4 for, as I mentioned, almost 23 years now, so quite a long time. And in this game, Lei did play e4. She did open her first game with the first e4. I'm not sure it's gonna be the case for her next games with the white color, but in that game, she kind of checked what her opponent prepared, because as we discussed, Ju Wenjun did play the Berlin defense, but she was also going to the Petrov, and which is also quite a solid opening, right? Quite a solid choice that Nepomniachtchi, for example, was using in his World Championship, in his recent World Championship match, actually in his 2 World Championship matches. But no, that was Berlin defense, and Lei played very fast and very convincingly, opting for a line with a pawn sacrifice for a pair of 2 bishops. But Ju Wenjun kept her calm. She spent a lot of time and did find a way to exchange queens, to give this sacrificed pawn back. And now, probably rook e3 was kind of inaccuracy before, right? Because it let black play knight e4, almost forcing white to take on c7.
Yeah.
And well, we see this endgame right now on the board. Not much happened during our break. Lei did retreat her light squared bishop, so yeah, the queens got exchanged. Knight c5, a very precise move with the idea and with the plan to play d4, d3. So black has this in mind.
Yeah.
And now, after bishop f1, a big question for black whether she is ready to play d4 immediately, or Ju Wenjun prefers to improve her position a little bit more by playing, I don't know, b6, rook c8, some, like more moves.
Rook c8 makes a lot of sense. Another move I just wanted to highlight was bishop f5 as well, immediately attacking
right.
c2 pawn.
Exactly. We shall not forget about this. It's a beautiful pawn chain, right? The a4, b3, c2, but it can so easily be attacked, and we know this. C2 is the base of this pawn chain. So I think, as Nimtsovich mentioned a long time ago, right? Very beautiful one. That's exactly what I mean. If you, attack and succeed in like destroying this base of a pawn chain, the whole chain can just collapse. So the weakest link, finding the weakest link, and the pawn on c2 is definitely the one.
It is the weakest link indeed. And by playing bishop f1, like you mentioned, there are some concrete moves. Rook c8, bishop f5, b6. I think you don't need to calculate. You would simply just play. You would just say, okay, it stabilizes my knight. This is modern day 2700 chess. Protect all the pieces. But in the meantime, shall we look at some concrete lines? So first of all, shall we kind of compare rook c8 with bishop f5? So rook c8 to me makes the most sense, because after all, the rook on a8 not working, needs to be in the game. But the question is like, do we give white some extra time?
Yes, exactly. As you mentioned, that rook c8 kind of okay, it's attacking the bishop on c7, but at the same time it lets it get to e5. And that's exactly where it belongs, like the longest diagonal, right? The most beautiful diagonal on the board for this bishop. And also, it takes under control the d4 square, so it stops the pawn on d5. There is no more d4 immediately after that. There's still bishop f5 to consider. But black needs to weigh all those, pros and cons, and try to understand what is more important. D4, bishop f5, like immediate attacks, or improving her position. And that is only possible if you calculate, if you get deep into positions, right? You compare all those lines, all those small nuances that we might not be able to see as commentators, because, we're trying to offer as many moves candidates as possible, but we're not really diving so deep into the position.
Let's do it, Alexandra. We have the time, and Ju Wenjun is considering. So let's dive into the most straightforward moves. Those are the ones we calculate. So, you always have to do the checks, captures, threats. There's no checks, I'm afraid. So we were not sure about rook c8. Let's keep that one in the pocket. That one we're going to rank low down. And so the question is, which one is more attractive, d4 or bishop f5? According to the rule of consequences, bishop f5 is the one you have to go first. Those are the moves.
We know this. Yeah, we're playing this game, right? Yes. But at the same time, why? The bishop went away from d3. That means that the d3 square is vacant. It's there is not a piece anymore.
Yeah.
And thus you can also try to use it by pushing your pawn to d3. So d4 as reasonable as bishop f5.
Let's flip the coin. Which one would you choose?
Oh, hard to say for me. Hard to say. I think I would go for d4.
Okay.
But when you offered bishop f5 and you proposed bishop f5, I also kind of liked it a lot. But just, by playing d4, you attack the rook. By playing bishop f5, you're just attacking a pawn. And and attacking the rook feels just a little bit more brave. I don't know. Dance.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. And also, if you get your chance, you can just ruin the white pawn structure. So d4 it is. You know, the joy of commentary is that we can always rewind and then look at the other
Rook C8
alternatives.
is on the board. So the ones that we
Rook
kind
C8.
of yes.
Oh, that one we just said we'd put that in our back of our pockets, and
sorry,
we'll
guys.
come to that one later. Okay. Well, as you mentioned, I wasn't necessarily that sure about this one. It was very logical, but because it drives the bishop to bishop to e5, I felt that this was going to help white in the long term.
Right. Okay, but let's see what can happen, because I think that white, Lei is going to move her bishop to e5. She's gonna place it to e5 because it just seems such a beautiful square, such a beautiful place for the bishop. And what's next? What about knight d7? Let's have a look at
that's
this.
What I was thinking. I was thinking the knight's moved all over the board. Let's carry on that trend.
Right, because, okay, rook to c3 is not possible due to knight e5, so we're not going to blunder that one. Bishop c3, it feels so sad to put your bishop there, but is there any alternative to this move? Because I don't want to put it to c3, but I don't see what else.
It looks clunky, doesn't it? Because you do have d4, but that doesn't really solve the problem too much. But I was thinking bishop f5, use all the ideas at your disposal, and still you have this idea: how are you going to defend the c2 pawn?
Yeah, probably. We will see this moves on the board because they all seem so natural, right? And rook c8, Ju Wenjun made. She calculated for a long time before choosing this move, and definitely, bishop e5 was the move that she was calculating. Knight d7 also seems so natural. Okay, what? Yeah, Lei just played bishop e5. We're moving, we're getting there. Okay, here, what can white do? Bishop d3. Can I play bishop d3 after bishop f5?
So this is continuing this, bishop f5. You can certainly play bishop d3, but then the question is,
how to evaluate this position after rook c3, bishop f5, rook e3? I don't think... I'm not even sure that white is so much better over there, because the king will get to d6, eventually knight f6, and like king f8, d7, d6. You can have a look at it.
Yeah,
because
the bishop takes.
Well, after bishop takes, I would be happy with white, I think, unless you have something d4, or because you still have
d4 doesn't really work, right? Because of rook takes d4.
Yeah. So if it doesn't work, you still need to check all those possibilities, like forcing possibilities such as knight c5, rook d5, knight e4. But since black has a very weak back rank, it doesn't seem to be working, at least immediately.
Unless you can still do some jumping around.
Yeah, such as knight e6.
This, like this. But the back rank is always the problem, because after rook e3, you really want to be making like flashy moves like rook takes c. Oh! No, rook e3 doesn't work because of
because rook c3, knight e2, yeah.
That's... But
knight
rook
e7
e3
is
doesn't work.
Yeah, knight e7 is on the board. Okay. So we're gonna explore this position a bit more.
Yes, we are definitely going to explore this position. And so big decision again for Lei Tingjie. Does she put her bishop on c3? Oops, not there. c3, or does she? Yeah, my arrows are not the best, and or does she maybe go bishop d4 and say, I will grab. I will lose the c2 pawn voluntarily, but grab the a7 pawn. That feels very risky to me because it
As I
does
say,
hand
that
black.
usually a central pawn, more centralized pawn is more valuable, right, than a side pawn.
Yeah. And whilst Lei Tingjie is contemplating what to do, well, time is ticking down. She's facing the 3-time back-to-back world champion Ju Wenjun. What is Ju Wenjun's story, and how did she become world champion? Let's have a deep dive on Ju Wenjun. It all started in 2018. Born in 1991 in Shanghai, world champion Ju Wenjun has won the FIDE Women's World Championship 3 times. Now she attempts to become the 6th 4-time champion. In that time, she has established herself as one of the strongest women to ever play chess. As a teenager, Ju was already one of China's best players. At age 13, she finished second in the Asian Women's Chess Championship. At 18, she earned FIDE's official Women Grandmaster title. And at just 19, she won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship. The next year, she had already fulfilled all the requirements to become a Grandmaster. By 2016, Ju found an even higher gear. She won 2 of the 3 events she entered in that year's FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the latter by a full point. Easily winning the entire series, Ju earned a World Championship match in 2018 against Tan Zhongyi. Ju proved that her stellar consistency in the Grand Prix was no fluke. In the early part of the match, Ju went on a hot streak, winning 3 of 4 games. After 10 total games, she was world champion. But there was not much time for Ju to enjoy her accomplishment. FIDE had scheduled a large field world championship tournament just 6 months later, with no special privileges for the champion. In the end, however, the knockout event was simply another opportunity for Ju's star to shine. Not only did she win the tournament to stay champion, she coasted through most of it. In the first 4 rounds, Ju didn't need so much as a tiebreak. When it came time to face Katerina Lagno in the final, resilience was also called for. Ju fell behind with 1 game left, needing a win on demand to force a playoff. And she did just that. Then she won the tiebreaker as well, proving that her excellence extended to rapid chess. Ju had now won the World Championship not once, but twice in the same year in 2018. She joined Vera Menchik as the only woman to win 2 in a single year. In nearly unprecedented fashion, Ju had proved she was no one-off. In her career to date, including a 3rd World Championship in January 2020, Ju has shown the ability to dominate several formats. Large matches, small matches, knockout tournaments, even the round robin of the Grand Prix. All have gone her way.
But Ju Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake.
Whether enjoying a 3-1 run against the world champion or nearly going undefeated in a large field knockout, she is simply one of the best. The challenger, Lei Tingjie, will have to be at her best too. Otherwise, the world champion will once again be Ju Wenjun.
Well, it's very impressive accolade of achievements there from Ju Wenjun, Grandmaster. And then, of course, she was one of 6 women to pass the 2600 barrier, and of course, 3-time world champion. Now, you've played Ju Wenjun yourself many times, Alexandra. We saw you on camera. What's your experience been like?
Yeah, we saw the most bitter moment of my career, I think, on camera several times. So it reminded me about that once it was in Batumi in 2018, the very last game of the Chess Olympiad, when the final match, when we started so well and we needed a victory to get to the podium, and Unfortunately, yes. In this game, I lost after claiming wrongly the threefold repetition when there was none. And yeah, at the end, I lost, and we drew the match. Russia drew the match versus China, and we were not able to get. We finished on the fourth place. For the second time in a row, so that was very tough. But yes, I wanted to talk about Ju Wenjun, which is an amazing player. She is the first player in the history of women's chess that won back-to-back world titles in different formats. So first, she was able to win in a world championship match against her compatriot Tang Zhonggui, like classical match in 2018 after qualifying via the series of Grand Prix tournaments. And 2018, I think they played. And then she defended her title, I think for the first time in history. At that time, we were kind of alternating. 1 year we played like a classical match. And then in 2 years, there was another knockout event with equal rights to everyone, including the world champion. I mean, the only advantage she got being a world champion is that she was qualified for this knockout championship without any qualification requirements.
And an easier first round at the end.
Well, it's just thanks to her. She was seeded as a number one player, yes. But first round, yeah, easier. But the second round, you're already facing a very tough opponent. So, like, very equal rights. And she was able to get through. I played against her in the semifinal there in Khanty-Mansiysk. And I lost to her. And then, yeah, she played this very dramatic match against Katerina Lagno, when Katerina won her first game. And she just needed a draw with white in the fourth one, and she lost. She lost this fourth game, and then she lost on tie breaks. And yes, I think one of the biggest upset for Katerina in her phenomenal career. But Ju Wenjun, just getting there, because Hou Yifan, that was the reason for Hou Yifan dropping out of all those world championship cycle. I think main of her reasons, or it seemed so, that after becoming a world champion, after winning a knockout event, after playing a world championship match, she needed to play it from the scratch. She needed to defend it from the scratch, starting a world championship knockout event. And she said at some point she just wasn't able to do so. And while Ju Wenjun, she defended her title in a knockout event, which seems very it's unbelievable. And here she is a few years later, still being the world champion, and trying to defend it again in a world championship match. And let's see how she's gonna handle the pressure, because Lei, in her opening press conference of the match, mentions that she doesn't have any pressure at all since she's a challenger. Well, I'm not sure if it's truly, I mean, if it's 100% true, I just doubt it. I mean, it's you feel, I just imagine that if you sometimes it seems more difficult to be able to qualify for this match than to defend your title or just to win a world champion crown. So maybe, who knows? I mean, it's a in a lifetime opportunity, right? Getting to this world championship match for Lei. Of course, she doesn't think so, but we never know. And of course, there should be some pressure. So right. I don't truly believe her when she says, I don't feel pressure at all. But
we'll see what's going to happen. But it did strike me very similar to what Ding was saying when he was challenging Nepo. And all in their pre-game interviews, he was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't feel nervous at all. And then come game one, at the press conference, he suddenly said, I'm nervous. I'm worried about everything. And I hope this isn't what I anticipated. Because I don't think until you've actually been on that stage, until you've had the world's glare, just looking at your games and analyzing every single move that you're making, and you're not gonna really feel the pressure until that moment. And then it all and we saw them there actually when the game was just about to begin, they didn't quite look at each other. They didn't, one was looking around. Ju was just was trying to do something else. You could feel that there was tension, there was nerves, and it's just about game one is all about settling those nerves. It's all about getting used to your arena and understanding what your opponent has in store for you, because both opponents, it is not just a battle of chess, it's a battle of wits. They will have really gotten deep into the weaknesses, the strengths of the opponents, their characters. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they test each other.
Yes, exactly. We all are. I think we can say we all are. And well, it's interesting. It's always interesting to see how these players handle this pressure, because look at this this year's recent world championship match between Yan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Lezhen. How many mistakes, how many blunders were there? I mean, unbelievable blunders, so many twists and turns, so many ups and downs, and you just don't expect it from players of such a caliber. And it just it can be explained by this tremendous pressure. And Magnus Carlsen, just refusing to defend his title, dropping out of the cycle, it just might be also because he's just not enjoying it. I mean, he wants to enjoy chess. He loves playing chess, but being there, being on this scene, witnessing, your opponent, the same opponent day after day, just it's sometimes so hard and so unpleasant that you just cannot force and motivate yourself to go through all those feelings over and over. Of course, it's like the ultimate goal for any chess player to be able to to get to the scene, to play this world championship match, and very few do. But when you are there, we're in the middle of this games and preparation and matches, sometimes it's so unbearable and unhappy. You're not able to eat, you're not able to sleep, you're not able, to breathe almost. You're feel like, I don't know, just forgetting about that. And so finding this balance, being prepared chess-wise and psychologically as well, it's like a huge part of this preparation. And I was following the women's candidates match and all those video footage and photos, and I was surprised to see Lei so relaxed in a way in some of the videos. I saw some after game photos when she was laughing with her opponent, with Tam Jung-gui. And usually, you try to, not to see your opponent anymore. You just, after the game, you want to forget about this face, at least till the next day. And there she looked so relaxed and so sure about herself. So for the moment, watching their faces and body gestures, it's also, I don't see the tension for the moment, just yet. At least before the game, we saw them not looking at each other. But right now, they seem to be very deep into their thoughts, into the game. And,
for Lei Tingjie, she is deep in thought, and she is facing a choice. It's just a two-move choice. It's to either retreat the bishop back to c3, or the more ambitious but potentially very risky bishop to d4. Now, putting the bishop on d4, we should analyze this because, like I said, this one does burn a lot of bridges, but at the same time, it could reap the reward. So obviously, the first move to calculate would be rook takes pawn.
And actually, probably the only move to calculate, no? Don't you think so? Because if, for example, black plays b6 or a6, protecting this pawn on a7, then white will play bishop d3. So she stopped, blockaded this pawn on d5, putting her bishop on this wonderful central square. Then she protected the pawn on c2, stabilized the position, and unless black can kind of get back her knight to c5 and try to, again, exchange or threaten to exchange one of the bishops. Not sure black actually is going to have this time. I mean, it feels very, very disturbing for black. So maybe rook takes c2 is almost forced here. And
white grabs this bishop. So the first question is, can black simply get greedy and go b6 and say rook c7 incoming?
Oh, well, that's definitely the move to consider. Yeah, when you grab your the pawn on a7, you always should consider such possibilities. What can I do? How can this bishop be saved? I see that the eval bar is not shouting anything, particular. It's not. It doesn't think.
Yeah,
that
it sadly
so
hasn't
dangerous.
gone up in black's favor, but okay.
Okay, so let's try to find a way out.
I was thinking in the spirit of pawn pushing, maybe f4.
Yes, me too. But what after g6? What do you do next?
Yeah, well, then at least I've gotten the king some air, and now I can think I can do moves like this. This is my idea.
Right, rook c7.
Yes, and then grab this one.
Just want to capture it.
Yes. At heart, I am a certified member of the Pawn Grabber Association. So if I see a
nice
chance
to meet you.
to take it.
Okay, I see. Yeah, rook takes d7, bishop takes b6, survived, and happy.
Yeah, I did survive.
I'm trying to calculate further, like rook takes d7, bishop b6.
Are you trying to push the pawn?
Yeah, d4, rook d3, bishop takes b3. But I'm afraid it's doesn't work out because of this weakened dark squares, exactly. Rook takes b3.
You can take, right?
Right. d3, and then something
and
against the king.
Coming back.
You just go back. Oh, that's boring. But very powerful. Very powerful. Yeah, sometimes brilliant ideas are destroyed, but such quiet moves. But what can you do? Yeah, you need to. Just an extra piece and a winning position. Okay. Sorry, guys.
It's a b6. Maybe not after f4. Maybe you have to go something like rook c7. I mean.
Yes, but then f5, I believe, was your idea and your intention.
That was indeed my idea. I just and then this was. How is this endgame? Again, it feels.
But it looks fine for white, no?
It looks fine for white. In fact, it looks better for white. The bishop is better than its counterpart.
b6, d5 and are weak, and I have a potentially far away this advanced pawn, right? Before a5 is my plan, and we know that those side pawns can really be very, very dangerous, and they run very fast towards their goals.
Yeah. They certainly do, and as I always like to say, rook and bishop tend to harmonize better than a rook and a knight. So, okay, well, this is certainly a possibility, unless after f4 there's is there anything else? So g6, bishop b5 was the idea.
Well, we should always calculate. Instead of g6, all those moves with d4, right? They might change this whole line that we talked about a little bit, right? So d4 first attacking the rook, and then getting to c7. Who knows? It might change something.
Where to put the rook?
Well, to e4, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
And then rook c7, or maybe even not. But rook c7 is the most direct approach, so you always have to calculate it and consider it.
Mm-hmm. But maybe the mistake isn't b6. Maybe b6 is just
It's not
too
the
much.
only move. It's not the only move.
It's certainly
but,
not the only move. So I have to go back.
Why not? I mean, still after
Why
b6. Well, f4, because it doesn't seem so obvious. Okay, bishop to d3 she played. Wow. But that feels like a draw for her, actually, to me.
Yeah, okay. So
well, I just don't believe in the position, in trying to play for advantage after knight e5, rook e5. I don't know. Well, the bishop, yes, light squared bishop is a little bit passive for black here, but it's also quite solid. So
it is very solid. I mean, black's plan is very simple. The first move that I would play is just knight takes bishop. I would snap that bishop off.
Yes.
Without even blinking. And then the next thing is like,
but I realized it when I said that I don't believe in white's position. I was going to propose king f8, and then I just realized that actually after f4, how do we protect this wonderful bishop on e6? Because if after f4 you play g6, then f5 might come at some point, right? Destroying all the structure.
Also, I just realized that you can get greedy and go like this.
Ooh. G6, bishop take G6, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not more? Wow, yeah.
Because I was also gonna, yeah, exactly. Then okay. I don't think you can go king f8, but it's okay. The position is still solid. You just have to make a less careless move. So for instance, say you go.
Let's start with G6 then.
G6, right? G6 is, you can't go wrong with G6.
I think black can be very happy that white's pawn is still on h2, not on h3, because imagine it being on h3, then after like f4, king f8, g4 can could be very unpleasant. But here in that case, like g6, f4, I want to play, I think this move, like f4, g4 would be my plan. Oh, we're not guessing. We're not guessing their moves correct. No. Knight c5 played Ju Wenjun. Very fast, by the way, she played it. As if she was calculating this line, and probably she didn't quite like the position after knight e5, and somehow she felt that this whole plan with f4, g4, f5 would be a very easy plan to follow for white and to play. And she decided to go and play this one. Because
I guess she's offering a repetition of moves, right?
Exactly.
So saying,
exactly.
Bishop retreat to f1.
97
on the board.
We know.
97. Let's get going.
Yeah.
Let's keep on dancing.
We've been there, right? We've already
exactly.
been there.
Aha. So knight c5. Okay, so obviously Lei Tingjie doesn't necessarily want.
But since the bishop is on e5, I mean, compared to the positions that we've seen in the game before, maybe she can retreat her bishop to e2 because there is no d4 idea anymore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the position is slightly different. Does it change a lot after knight d7, for example? I'm not so sure, but at least white can give it a try.
Yeah, hang on, we have some moves. What did she play?
Bishop e2, I think. Bishop e2 is on the board, knight d7.
Bishop e2, knight d7. Just as we were considering what to do, knight d7. Yep, there it is.
And we have, well, like almost like the same position with the difference that white's bishop is right now on e2, right?
Big question.
Yes, whether the game is going to continue with something protecting this pawn on c2, or with moves such as the bishop to d4, as we discussed. With the bishop on e2, it might be a little bit different, right?
Okay, let's put that up on the board, because obviously Lei will be thinking about this. She's been given what is tantamount to a draw offer. Let's see, bishop d4. But somehow it feels like this bishop on e2 maybe is not necessarily the best place. Okay, so again, you could always play b6 or knight wherever. But rook takes c2 makes a lot of sense. Takes. And the question is, can you get greedy and trap the bishop?
Is it really necessary? That, of course, you want to check this line, right?
Yeah.
First of all, you want to see what's going to happen after b6, how white is going to protect this bishop. Because here, f4, I mean, I don't like the bishop on e2. It feels unsafe because I can play d4 now. And remember, we were looking at the similar lines with the bishop on f1, rook e4 we were considering. But here, like rook e4, it's like knight f6 doesn't work straight away here because of rook d4. But what if I like play g6 or first, or some other pawn moves, protecting the king, protecting the back rank? And no, not here, but after d4, like d4.
D4, yeah.
Yeah, rook
e4. Yeah, rook e4. That makes
like,
a lot of sense. And then
and then I don't know, g6, h6, h5. Like, because I have two threads, knight f6 and rook c7 now, and it's getting like trickier for white with all those pieces, like with all those bishops. One is on a7, the other one on e2, not protected. That's all.
Yeah. No, this one feels like it's going wrong for white. I completely agree. And also you have, the rook is on c2. It's a perfect row. You also have moves like bishop d5 in the air. And like you say, rook c7. Oh, we're going to get a move. So let me just refresh the board.
Bishop to c3, right? She played, I think. She did retreat her bishop.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bishop c3.
Well, that makes more sense than playing bishop d4 with the bishop on a2. Still, I mean, this bishop on c3 feels a little bit weird. But if white kind of stabilizes the position, protects the pawn on c2, she can end up, I mean, her idea, Lei's idea, is to protect the pawn on c2, to stay with a pair of two bishops, and then, I mean, things can start looking good for white. So we understand, with that being said, that black needs to act fast, right? She cannot play something like king of h6, h6. I don't know, some small.
Okay, so let's make a g6 move, just because. I'm not quite sure whether I would. Yeah.
Well, and
then how does white stabilize?
Probably bishop d1. I mean, it looks not beautiful, yeah, but I mean, it will eventually go forward if we like play all those useful moves. So if we bring the king to d2, and then it might become very unpleasant for black, because white does have a pair of two bishops. The pawn on d5 is a weakness. We should, remember it. So with all those thoughts, maybe I'm thinking that maybe white is almost like obliged in a way to play d4 right now.
Oh wow. Okay. So how to get to, obviously bishop d1 is a nice positional idea. So let's go bishop c3, and you want to go d4. But how does this work out?
I have no idea.
I grab, I just want to take.
Yes.
It's it's still early in the morning. It's before midday.
Exactly. So here I have b6 and rook c1. I need to choose with what to start. I have no clue. Rook c1 seems as a nice move to start with. Yeah. Check. Bishop f1, just in case. I don't know if I need it or not. We can always get back. And b6. So basically the same position as we analyzed, but just without the pawn on d5. I don't know what went wrong for black, right?
Still f4.
Right, still the same moves. Okay, now we should g6, for example.
G6 and still no, I cannot go bishop b5, which is the key point.
Yeah, well, at least I managed to kind of force this bishop to protect the king.
And yeah, I have.
So probably a5 at some point, right? a5, like freeing the bishop.
I was thinking about this.
And then after rook c7, what do you want to do?
This
b8.
was my bishop b8.
Wow, brilliant, brilliant idea. Nice. But I think it just like after knight takes b8, we kind of just exchange everything, no? And it should be.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this pawn on b3 is hanging. So in the end, I did some amazing moves just to get equality. So that wasn't
also not bad. I mean, sometimes you really need to, not to over push and
yes. But considering White was playing for a smaller advantage or a bigger advantage, I don't think that was entirely successful. So yeah, so the answer is you can go b6 and then just simply after g6. I mean, is there any way that White can? Obviously, you can release the bishop by going a5. Is there anything else?
Yes, and that's what I was thinking. Right, a5, b takes a5. White still has a pair of two bishops, and but the pawn on b3 is pretty weak, right? So okay, let's say I play, I don't know, either bishop d4, yes, or king f2. I want to unpin eventually.
Yeah, but still, knight c5 is coming.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, this pawn on b3 doesn't make a good impression. So,
exactly.
Okay, so
a6 is on the board. Wait. She didn't go for this. She's kind of preparing d4. But in that case, I think we discussed that White's idea might be connected with bishop d1. It doesn't look good at all, but it does protect. It prolongs this key chain. Look, the bishop on d1 looks like the continuation of this pawn chain. a4, b3, c2, d1. Okay, but we know that that's a bishop, and eventually it will get out and start putting pressure on this d5 pawn. Okay, so Ju Wenjun decided not to go to this forced line, not to check the evaluation of it, and she doesn't believe that actually she's required to go with such like forced moves. But okay, what she's going to do after bishop d1, how she's gonna proceed. Is she gonna bring her knight to c6, knight b8, knight c6?
Could be. That could be one move. I'm trying to also think about the consequences. I mean, what else could it do? So knight c6, I also like that one. Another move that kind of came to mind was bishop f5.
Right.
But again, that doesn't really work. Oh, and the one Lord God is telling us on featured chat that the engine is not a fan of a6. So it could be a small error from the 3-time Women's World Champion.
Well, yes, the engine they're just too strong. Sometimes they do.
Bishop.
Do see all those lines and never lay them so strongly, it.
But let's try your move, knight b8. Knight b8, knight c6.
Yeah.
It's push for d4.
Exactly. At least we have a plan, right?
Exactly. And a bad plan is better than no plan at all. No, not saying it's a bad plan. Looks quite good to me.
Well, some kind of plan. Sometimes it's better than playing without any. I don't know what to do with my pawns. I mean, I feel like pushing the f pawn, but I'm not sure where should I push it. f4 or f3. f3 kind of closes my bishop d1. So let's stay with. Of course, I can just play king f1. But
can you maximize it? I'm f4, then follow it up with g4, h3.
Well, okay, let's push f4. Although I'm not so sure about it. Knight c6, I believe, is gonna appear on the board, and then just retreating my bishop to b2. I mean, my plan is to bring my king closer to the center. If I need to, if I'm required to, I'm okay with exchanging the rooks, like bishop b2, knight b4, rook c3. I think I'm fine with that. And in general, I have a pair of two bishops, and I believe in those two bishops. That's what
Yeah.
White is saying. And we know that those two bishops can be very, very powerful in endgames. Yeah, exactly. And if I manage to do all of that, it's a long lasting advantage, maybe a small one, but you know, this pawn on d5 is a forever weakness. And my pair of two bishops is also they're not going anywhere. My king is coming towards the center, maybe slowly but surely. I will be very happy with this position being white in my first game of a world championship match.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And also, you have to bear in mind that Ju will also be considering these things. And you just know that this position is going to be just a whole lot of suffering. So she will be wanting to avoid this one like the plague. And instead, I think after Bishop D1, she'll be looking at more forcing moves just to simplify. I mean, I'm wondering whether she can prolong things with Bishop F5. I mean, what else could she do to try to...
But does it really change the position? I mean, Bishop f5 is connected with the d4 idea, right?
Yeah.
But for the moment, it's not threatening. I mean, you need to protect your back rank first to play before playing d4, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, well, you don't want to. Something happened.
Oh, we have
it's
a move.
not Bishop d1. Ooh, we're not guessing correctly. h4.
Okay, h4.
Ooh, okay, but in that case, d4. Let's see what's gonna happen after d4. She protected her back rank. And of course, d4 is a move that you calculate because a6 was preparing it in a way. Bishop takes d4, rook takes c2, and maybe she's thinking about playing bishop c4. That's the idea of her like protecting her first rank, that after bishop takes c4 she has rook e8, knight f8, bishop c5, something like this. But even that, it's not the end of the story.
No,
Although,
it's how to...
I thought that I can simply protect my like back rank, but then I realized that my bishop on c4 is hanging. Come on.
Yeah, so how but so, yeah, I was thinking like there's no bishop b5 because rook takes f8 is unfortunately checkmate. So okay, no, that one looks like it's... So
Yeah,
after bishop
it looks
c4,
like...
this
Why the eval bar is not moving? Is it some kind
I
of a
think
bug? Because usually you see it's like jumping up and you know that, okay, everything goes
in this
according
position,
to plan. Yeah, in this position, look, it's just okay. It shows just a slight advantage for white.
oh, strange, because on my one it shows that white is better
Winning.
by like at least two. So a bit
Okay.
weird.
Yeah.
But I can see on the
Okay.
screen that it says half
Yes.
50-50, but it's not.
Okay, well, I don't know what to do with black here, so
Yeah.
probably let's
But
see
after bishop
if...
c4, you're
Mhm.
not obliged to go bishop takes c4. You can obviously make another move.
Yeah, something like knight f8, but okay, in that case, who's better? Does white have any chances? Bishops look beautiful, but unfortunately, the one on c4 is being under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And if we
I
exchange
guess if you
it,
drop it back, yeah, if you exchange it,
then the knight on e6.
it's nicely anchored.
Right.
Well, this certainly looks interesting and definitely food for thought, because we are going to take a quick break and stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because there'll be more chess on the other side.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on Chess.com right now.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
And we are back, and there you can see the board where Lei Tingjie, playing with the white pieces, is facing off against 3-time reigning champion Ju Wenjun. And we are already on move 27. But there we can see the clock times. We see that Ju Wenjun is actually 20 minutes and 10 seconds. And in terms of time control, this World Championship match is going to be played at what we call the standard FIDE time control, which is 40 moves in 90 minutes, plus a 30, once they reach move 40, they get a 30-minute bonus. But, and this is the big thing, there is a time increment. The players will be getting 30 seconds per move.
Right, and when
It,
you were saying it, I just realized that actually in this Nepo Dink World Championship match, there was no time increment, at least for the first phase, or maybe for the whole, which is so weird because we're so used to be playing with this additional 30 or whatever, some seconds, additional some seconds being added even in blitz games to us. That playing without those increments, it seems like mission impossible to me right now at this point. What about you?
yeah, no, I'm very much used to getting that bonus time after every move. So to take that away from me, I would have to readjust. I mean, having said all that, I did grow up in a time where there was no bonus time.
Yes,
It
and
was
I
just
remember
simply
me was being so, angry when they introduced this additional seconds in Blitz. I was like saying, "Come on, you cannot do that. It's Blitz. It's all about managing this time and playing on seconds without any additional increment." Now I have no clue how to play without those, even one slightly, one additional second every move you make, because it just seems to be a completely different game, a completely different format. And yeah, you're right, you need to readjust, and it's so hard. Well, for these players, they are getting those additional 30 seconds every time they make a move.
yes. I have to say, I echo your sentiments. I was also very angry. Somehow a part of me still is, because it kind of kills the fun. I love seeing the players struggle. I love feeling my heart
Throwing pieces,
up
right?
there. Exactly. And I actually feel that I'm with them as well, because my heart is also racing and I cannot watch at the same time I can. It's a beautiful side to chess, and I do welcome a return to that on some level. But as a chess player, I also now also can't recognize the game. But
What we're having
let's
on the
go back there,
board.
because we did see Ju make a surprising move. She decided not to determine the situation and instead to retreat the knight to f8. And Ju has really taken the idea of you go backwards, I go forwards to heart. And now we see her taking space there with g4, which I really like. I mean, after all, Lei Tingjie, has a great position. She has the bishop pair. She has the better pawn structure. She's got space. Why is this not just fantastic for her?
Well, I mean, it does put a lot of pressure onto her opponent, just showing her, confidence and like determination. But at the same time, we did discuss it briefly today that pawns don't go backwards. Kind of h4, g4, it does look brilliant, but at the end of the day, it might backfire at some point with those pawns pushed so far away. Let's see what it's gonna bring us. I mean, how, first of all, what does black do here at this point? Yes, is Ju Wenjun going to play knight g6, or there is another plan? Bishop g7, knight e6 also might be a possibility. So let's see. I mean, I'm not sure that Ju Wenjun considered this g4 move. Yeah, and the knight on e6 also supports the idea of d4, right?
Yeah.
But again, I mean, it looks a little bit artificial to me. And
Well, it's an interesting decision, right? Because if you step back with the bishop, you are taking time. And my first instinct is, I see your plan, I try to stop it, but I cannot stop that plan. And I have to
f4.
keep control.
Let's do it.
Well, f4, you go knight e6 anyhow. That's although hang on a second,
I
the
was
chain.
F5.
Yeah, the chain is in operation, and I was thinking d4.
Checkers.
Takes knight. Yes.
Take.
Take. And well, only one person is winning that, and that's white. So,
exactly.
No. So yeah, f4. Go forward.
Well, why not? If you say A, B, well, I mean H, G, then you should continue with F, right? We have a new
Right.
saying. If you said H and G, you should say F, right?
I like it. It's gonna go into my repertoire. I'm always collecting these little
Okay.
expressions, and so like if you said FG, why not go H? Yeah. If you said HG,
Yeah.
do the whole
Exactly.
shebang. Yeah. F and
Okay.
knight comes to E6. No
F5.
good because of F5.
Mhm.
Okay, that's
And after knight f4,
going.
I suppose I retreat to d1. And the knight on f4, it's almost trapped there. And it looks
Yeah,
brilliant. But
you do feel that this knight is not long for this world. I mean, it's completely, you can't move. Unless, no, I mean, I got my hopes up there might be some d4, but no, there's nothing.
But
After
a pawn is
bishop
a pawn.
d1, as you mentioned.
Mhm.
Yep, this guy's.
I mean, you can
this
always
guy's
consider
going.
those crazy lines with h5, bishop e5, d4, and etc., but it's just already kind of out of control and it's getting messy and
Yeah, but isn't it rook f3 just kind of asked? Oh well, no, the bar says no. Maybe I did something wrong. h5.
That's what I'm saying. It's already hard to understand why one move is wrong and the other is right, because it
Maybe
really
this one.
Yeah, still d4 was my idea. Rook e4 and then who knows what.
Well, we don't do. Yeah, I didn't want to allow the knight to h3.
You see, I was thinking that now after rook e4, can I play d3? I mean, because I don't like knight d5, I don't like knight h3. I was wondering what to do, what can I do? So maybe d3 is the answer.
Yeah, d3 is nice because after all, you take. I don't know what you take with. Maybe this. You still have pawn takes pawn.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have to give up one of those bishops in order to meet that threat. So that's a really nice line. But okay, the question is, I mean, how desperate is Ju's position in order to put the knight on f4? Because that requires some serious calculation just to put that there.
And bravery, I would say.
Yeah,
Most
because
of
the
all.
knight has no squares. Bishop e5 is coming, rook f3 at the right time.
I mean, sometimes you just don't consider those moves. I mean, such moves in your game. I mean, you just, you see the knight on f4, you don't calculate it because it's just so dangerous. And that's the difference actually between even a grandmaster and an engine, that sometimes you just eliminate those lines that look so unnecessarily dangerous, right? If we see some alternatives, if we see safer options, we usually go for them. We just don't, because it's impossible. 90 minutes is not a lot. And now the players, yes, I mean, Ju Wenjun is getting very, very low on time. I've just realized it, less than 15 minutes for the next 12 moves. And the position is so tense. And with those pawns, I mean, marching forward, I mean, I would be very, very worried if I would be on her place.
Yeah, I would also be very worried because this is the critical moment. She needs to invest some time in. This is the position that they have, and she needs to find some way to neutralize white, because white's plan again is very straightforward. f4, f5, put a piece on d4 and just start improving the pieces as gradually as possible. And black has to have an active fight against this. And so
I just realized that, for example, if black plays g6, let's say, g6, I don't know why, but just to protect the pawn, the square, the f5 square. But f5 can happen anyway. And actually, even though the square f5 is protected, but I am threatening actually to play f5 because of this strong bishop on c3 and the king being in danger. Like imagine the g file is gonna open up, and then of course, you can meet f4 with f5. Maybe you should meet it, and that's why I should be careful when pushing the pawn so forward. But still, some ideas are in the air.
But even g6 is something that I would say is extremely committal, because after all, this bishop diagonal has been lengthened, and you're kind of taught that, if you can anchor a bishop with g5 and then just come forward with h5, again, white's position should be great.
Yeah. f5 is on the board. You see,
f5
Ju Wenjun
on the
started
board.
disliking her position a lot, and she's desperately trying actually to do something against this plan that white has, improving this position plan. So she's trying to complicate white's task because she was afraid of getting pushed towards the ropes, and she didn't want to defend it passively.
It's very difficult to sit back and do nothing and just trust in your foundations. But I did see the evaluation bar did not like that at all. And it started creeping up and up and up and up. And now it's gone to
too far. Too far. Right.
Yes. So no, so the situation is very, very good for white. But the question is, I mean, how good is white's position on a practical level? Because often the computer suddenly says, yes, it's great because of this reason, and it's just, these are not human solutions. But black does have a threat, f4, potentially in the air.
F takes g4 is also in the
air. Or f takes g4. So I was thinking primarily, so if white tried to step forward with g5, then maybe f4 is something that can be considered, just to liberate the pieces.
Exactly, and after the rook retreats, there can be bishop f5, because the bishop on c3 is not protected, right? It's hanging there, so the rook needs to stay on the third rank to protect it. Well, it's too much of a task for such a strong piece as a rook, as we're being taught usually. I mean, rook is so important and so strong, it shall not just protect lower ranked piece. And here, yes, it doesn't feel right. So g5 doesn't feel right. So first, but you saw Lei's face when f5 was played. She was very surprised. You kind of feel that, something is not right. I mean, it's like a musician or a composer, when you hear a melody and you hear this wrong, false note, kind of, that it's not right. And that gives you a clue of like trying to understand why you have this feeling. And this feeling, it's not coming out of nothing. It's coming out of experience, of your work with chess. And well, that's what we call intuition, right? So, and those key moments when, which are so hard to define. I mean, when solving chess problems, we always know that it's like the key moment, right? We straight dive in and try to look for all those lines that define those key moments. While in the practical games, sometimes we just get through them very fast, and that's why it's so important to have this feeling of this moment being a key moment and stopping and trying to understand why you got this feeling when you had this f5 move happening on the board. Lei stopped.
Lei stopped. Do you know something I've discovered is that people invariably stop at key moments, even if you're like low rated, and they invariably sense. And it's like they have some
not
part
always,
of subconscious.
Not always. Yes, not always. Some key moments are very easy to spot and stop, but some, you're just getting through it. You're just like, your opponent takes a pawn, you take it back. And then getting back home, you realize that, you missed it. I mean, some key moments are so hard to stop. And I think from every single tournament that, I play not all games, but some of the games, I did miss those key moments just because some decisions seem so automatic. You just capture back, or you already planned to move many moves ahead. And when it happens, this position happens, you just make the move that had been planned before. And Yes.
That's the case of the hands moving quicker than the brain.
Yes.
And
exactly.
often what happens to me, the hands move, as you say, is automatic, and then the brain goes just almost invariably.
Yeah,
as
in
soon
the
as you
very
press the
last
clock.
game of mine that I played in Dubai in this global chess league, I was playing against Tanjong Gui, and okay, I was it was an equal position, but then she misplayed on second, and I felt that the position is winning already for me, but I just captured the pawn with a check because okay, capturing a pawn with a check seems so in a queen's endgame seems so. But it just completely it gets away the whole advantage. I had the winning position, but I had to give a check and then capture another pawn with a check. So it just sometimes, of course, usually on seconds, you just tend to make those key moments slip away. But Lei did
Definitely.
stop. And what is the reason of the val bar going up so high here?
Yeah, and this is why I always recommend we do the checks, captures, threats. And so pawn takes pawn is one move. Oops, let me just put that one as an option. That's a capture. Only one capture on the board. So that's one move to calculate. What else is there? Threat. This is where this is a tactical weakness, right? Attacked by one, defended by one. And
exactly.
so okay, so we have bishop b4. That's another threat. So I guess those are the two moves that we calculate. The other move is, hang on a second, f4 is a serious threat. So if we were to reinforce this pawn, for instance, go f3, we should also stop and consider what black is going to do. So if black is going to go f4 and win, then we cannot touch f3 at all. So
well, after f3, f4, rook d3 is still possible, right? On the
it is still possible.
Is
but
okay.
Then somehow I wasn't sure about. Yeah, but okay. Before we think about f3, let's consider bishop b4.
Yeah, let's do
let's
it.
Follow cc2.
Exactly, because bishop b4. Well, it just highlights drawbacks of this f5 move, right? The pawn on f7 was protecting the bishop on e6. Now the bishop on e6 is protected only by the knight. And let's remove the defender.
Okay, so bishop b4. Right, but black can respond to this with d4, f4.
Yeah, I think after... One. Oh, no, she captured, right?
Okay, we have a move.
Yeah, she missed it. Or, unfortunately, I think. Because after bishop b4... well, we know, unfortunately, because we have this eval bar, but the engine
so what was the point behind bishop?
It was well. It seems that after bishop b4, king f7 was almost forced in a way. Well, you had to protect the bishop because after d4 f4, probably I just can play rook e5, and this bishop f8 is still in the air. But after king f7, then you capture an f5, and you have rook e7 coming up with a check.
Okay.
And that gives you some extra time that you can maybe even winning a pawn, rook b7, bishop a6. Because right now, if we get back to the game, and the moves are happening very, very fast, because that's exactly what Ju Wenjun was hoping for and was calculating, I think, when she made this her choice of playing f5. Of course, she was calculating g takes f5, and I think they both missed this idea of bishop b4 because it's so, a little bit like it's hard. The bishop is so very well placed on this long diagonal, and suddenly you go away with it. But it's a very direct, very tactical idea. Okay, they both missed it. So g takes f5, bishop takes f5 happened. Bishop f3, attacking the pawn on d5. Bishop e4 is the only move. The only reasonable move, because you don't really want to put your bishop back to e6. I mean, you can, but then we're gonna be back to the same situation where black was a few moves ago. So bishop e4 was black's idea, was Ju Wenjun's idea, and that's the line she went for. And that is happening. Many exchanges, many pawn structures. And as my husband always suggests me, he says, you should always re-evaluate a position after every single exchange happens, or every single pawn's structure change, because it changes the position.
It does. I think it's a good advice, but it's often something that we're not objective enough to listen to, because
no, we don't. I never do it. No,
keep going, and then afterwards you think, well, hang on a second, there were some changes. And something that I've discovered is that I keep forgetting to think about what my opponent wants to do. That's my latest downfall.
Very hard. I mean, in general, I think we tend to focus on our own feelings, actions, ideas, not only in chess, but in life as well, right? It's so hard to kind of try to be in someone else's shoes, and in chess it's hard as well.
Chess is hard, and here, we have that eternal battle between the bishop and the knight. Is the bishop much better than the knight? There's no question in this particular position it is better than the knight, because it's there's hardly any pawns on the board, and the bishop has free scope to wander around. And so the big question is, I mean, should black go on the passive and just hold on to this pawn on e4, which looks to me like a no-go, because f3 would win something.
Right.
If you did this, f3, and then I didn't see how you're going to hold on to the pawn, but
the evaluation part has knight g6, right? Knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah.
But then, I mean, you should consider those exchanges like rook e4, f takes e4 at some point, maybe including h5, because then those pawn races on two different sides of the boards are going to start, and bishops are known for playing well, I mean, in these situations.
Yeah. Well, they're long-range pieces, and they can control the other side of the board from the other side.
Exactly. Don't need to waste time.
Sounds very clumsy, but it's true. And knight to g6. So, okay, like, yeah. But I had to...
Maybe,
I guess.
I was thinking about playing h5, knight f4, h6, but then realized that knight d5 is there. So yeah, forks are there.
They are there. They are crafty pieces, the knights. Backward knight moves are the most difficult to spot. So you're forgiven for missing that one. And
maybe after knight g6, maybe I can play. You said about backward moves. Maybe bishop e1, surprisingly. Just protecting this pawn, because rook on e8 is not protected.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Good.
Very good. No.
Well, rook c8 still. Yeah, rook c8. But then, okay, I capture on e4, I play h5, I play rook e7, right? We sense this initiative.
Yeah.
For white.
And
h5
looks very promising.
Exactly.
For white.
So rook e8 doesn't look very inspiring.
No. So the other question is, what about if you were to grab the pawn?
Right.
Grab, and this knight really needs to be on f6. Huh?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
It needs to be somewhere where at least it's anchored.
Rook e8, rook e7. Two ideas white has, and both of them are pretty unpleasant, right, for black. So it does kind of make you feel stopping this calculation and trying to find something else, some other alternatives, because here, white's rook is going up the file, and of course you don't want to play rook c8, or even rook c7, rook e8, rook f7. I mean, of course, very, very solid, but kind of so desperate.
This is maybe the definition of curling up into a ball. Oh, and h5, as you mentioned, is coming.
closing.
Oh, this is terrible.
Putting the last nail,
Yeah, no, you do not do this at home, folks. This is not the way to play chess. So bishop b4, rook takes. But then how to meet this?
Yes, that's a good question, and that's what Ju Wenjun exactly. She's contemplating about it. I mean, what to do now? I mean, she sees this position, rook c2, rook e4. She doesn't want to be passive, as we realized. I mean, she played f5 in this game, very dangerous looking move, and but now she wants to find something else. What can she find? She thought it. I mean, okay, you can try to develop, but that's gonna require pawn sacrifice.
But where can you go to? Because if you go to knight g6,
something like knight e6, rook e4, king f7, I was thinking, but then I don't see how I win this pawn back. I mean, if white plays,
you want to give up a pawn?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to.
Okay, so
I don't want to, but I don't see any other ways to play. I mean, either you take on c2 and let white, explore the e-file, and or what else? Or you play rook e8, which looks a little bit passive, right? Or you try to develop, but then rook takes e4, king f7. I don't quite get black's idea. Maybe after playing, if white plays c3 or c4, black can play knight c5 and get into this rook endgame. But even this rook endgame seemed to me a little bit like, a pawn up.
Yeah. Yeah, and also you have moves like rook c4 as well. Yeah.
Well,
No.
I know that I see the val bar, and that kind of forces me to try to understand what. Let's get back instead of knight c5. Let's try something else instead.
So knight e6 is the move.
Yeah,
is
bishop rook takes c4, king f7, c3. And then, not just the knight is so well positioned on e6, it protects the f4, the c7, maybe rook d8. Just rook d8. Just
rook d8, just activate.
Now it's about black playing with the pawn down, with some positional compensation, which is quite rare to see in an endgame. But since white's pawn, h and f pawns are so weak, I mean, she's not going to play it, because it seems so unbelievable. You don't even consider usually those moves when playing.
No, you stumble into this by accident. You don't.
No, it's because of the val bar,
position like this.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And white is 20 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, black just 6 minutes and 38 seconds.
Oh, black did play rook e8, right? She did play rook e8.
Yeah,
now.
rook e8 is a lot more sensible once you reject rook takes pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And now...
Well, and now I think we're going to see the line with f3 that we discussed. Because, well, white wants to win a pawn, why not? f3 and knight g6, right? We analyzed... this one a little bit, and yes, there is a bishop e1 move, which seems to be quite promising for white, because it does win a pawn. It doesn't mean that the game is over, but it definitely means that white gets an extra pawn advantage. Maybe there is some kind of initiative, but again, playing. So after all, maybe there was a choice which position with a pawn down to play for black. But we realize it now after analyzing this position for a few minutes already.
The bishop e1, to be fair, is quite a difficult spot.
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. But what else? I mean, otherwise, do you what else to do? How to protect this h pawn?
Yes, well, once it's been shown to you, you're like, yes, of course.
Yeah. We're so smart, right? When we see those moves suggested to us.
Yeah, but I'm not sure Ju would have anticipated bishop e1. I think she probably would have been calculating
Yes,
h5
and probably
all
it's
the
very
forcing
difficult
moves and
because
this
right
endgame.
now, as the position stands at this moment, the pawn is on f2, right? It's still on f2 and on h4, and it's kind of your first play f3, and you attack the pawn on e4, but at the same time you've like open up this diagonal, e1 h4 diagonal, to make this bishop e1 possible to protect the pawn. I mean, looks a little bit artificial, but again, those backwards moves, we've seen a few of them in this game. Bishop d1, that didn't happen in the game, and now bishop e1 might be connected with f3, might win a pawn.
Yeah. And f3 makes a lot of sense. I mean, what else could, because we see Lei Tingjie take a pause.
Well, you
She
can
hasn't
always
automatically reached for f3.
She can try to calculate something, just something that just simply improves her position, such as king to g2, because this pawn on e4, it's gonna be there forever, right? So you might, if you don't see bishop e1 and you don't like f3 knight g6 line, that you might feel like protecting this pawn on h4 first, probably by bringing the king forward, king g2, or king h2
This
even,
does
maybe. So
yeah.
So like
this, but this does allow black to anchor the pawn. Sorry, anchor the knight,
and
then put it onto f6.
Right. Yes. And rook c1, rook c7, rook c3, rook c7. Can it work? It looks a little bit wrong, but
Rook c3. Yeah. Yeah, rook c7 is a good move.
Well, black
this knight has no.
Can try to find some, counterplay. I play knight e5. Knight to e5. I would play.
And if you say I don't believe it and go rook c7.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing b5 even for the moment. But then, this bishop c3 comes after a takes b5, a takes b5, bishop c3, back to this long diagonal. And maybe you were right and you were trying to play knight f6 instead, but I was so desperately wanting to play knight f3 at some point. That's why I decided to go to e5.
And I understand. I also wanted to do the same. But somehow other White's pieces, they don't look that harmonious, but they are covering some important squares. Like, for instance, there's no way that Black can get the rook to f8 to target the f2 pawn. Bishop standing in the way.
Yes.
Okay, so king h2 could be another alternative, not forcing the situation, just coming up. I mean, other moves that you could think about would be
hard to say.
h5.
h5, yes,
yeah,
but
G6.
then maybe g6 even, no? And then h6, what is there?
Well, I really wanted to go knight g6 without worrying about h5.
Yeah, h5, definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting idea because, well, it kind of stops the knight. The knight does want to go to g6, so you don't let it go there. Why not? Yeah.
Yes, it's a possibility, but this is really a tense moment, and I do feel that Lei Tingjie will burn some time on the clock as she is faced with this decision here, whether to play f3 or to perhaps take a more positional approach and improve the placement of the king. And we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back to catch all the action. So stay with us.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
And we are back for all the action in the first game of the 2023 Women's World Championship between Lei Tingjie, playing with the white pieces, and three-time reigning world champion Ju Wenjun. And we are at a stage where there is 6 minutes for Ju Wenjun to make 6 moves. Now, it might not sound dramatic, but it is, because her position is tense. And we took a break, and in that break, we saw Lei Tingjie actually simplify the position and make life easier for her to play and give herself a very clear-cut plan.
Right, yes, she did exchange her bishop for the knight, which did seem a little bit counterintuitive, because you want to keep a bishop on the board, especially in an open position. But at the same time, as the time trouble was approaching, we know that knights can be very tricky. And eliminating this knight means eliminating, all this trickiness, and this weakness on e4 stays there, stays on the board. And that's exactly what Lei is trying to demonstrate to her opponent. She's bringing her king towards e2. She is about to play rook c3, I believe, with the idea to put the king to e3 and then put the pressure onto this pawn on e4. And Ju Wenjun needs to answer this question, what she is going to do about this plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see that Ju Wenjun's king f7 was given a question mark by the feedback.
Wow, so, that's a statement.
That was a statement. So I'm not entirely sure what the right move was. The right move was to play b5, apparently, just to restrict these pawns.
Right.
Yes, that requires to break all the rules in Endgame, which is invite everyone to the party. Teamwork makes the dream work. And king f7, very natural decision. And king e2 on the board. And I guess in light of that, king e2 was also maybe not the best move.
Rook c3.
Rook c3 has been recommended.
Okay, and what is the difference?
Placing of the rook.
What is the difference? What now?
After king e2?
I thought that black's plan should be connected with king g6, king h5, attacking this h4 pawn. It feels a little bit weird, right? Getting so far away from the center when we all know that the king in the endgame should be in the center, but sometimes, chess is about concrete moves and ideas, not about those general suggestions that we've all heard.
Yeah. But I agree with you. But king g6 makes a lot of sense. Go for king h5, but I guess white has to be accurate and can actually just chase the king away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because now maybe that. Okay, maybe not king g6, but then rook e7 first instead of king g6.
Yes.
Because here I don't want to play king h6. I don't want to play king h6.
Even if you were to go king h6, you would have to, trap your king.
I still don't understand what is the difference between king e2 and rook c3, but okay, we will need to focus on the game because moves are coming up much faster, so the time control is approaching.
Sorry.
And king f6 is on the board. Not rook e7, not king g6.
Yeah. The king f6.
Mm-hmm.
I guess rook c3.
Well, that was the plan that I was thinking about.
Exactly. Activate the rook. The rook is no good on e3. So you've been suggesting it for a long time. And Ju Wenjun now just over 4 minutes on the clock. And again, not so much time when you when your position is struggling.
Yes, well, rook e7 is a move I think you really want to make when you see your opponent's rook on c3. And what is white going to do after that? Is Lei planning to play rook c5? Like, for example, rook e7 I play. And my intention is to play king f5, king g4. Okay, the same plan that I was suggesting, but...
Well, we have a suggestion from our producer, Bick, who actually suggested in the move before that to go g5. But maybe this is an idea that is
wow. I was not
possible.
Thinking about it.
No, neither was I. But it makes a lot of sense, right? If you can get the h pawn motoring.
But it requires, it's connected with a pawn sacrifice, right? Maybe it's still okay. I'm not saying, but okay, h takes g5, king takes g5, rook c7. And then it feels like going all in because it feels like you will need to push your h pawn, not counting already what white is doing on the queen side, and rook takes b7, something like, okay, forget about those pawns, just push your own pawn forward and pray for the best. Yeah.
Exactly, rook h8. Get behind your pass pawn, and then this is complicated.
It is.
But I agree with you. It's going all in, burning the bridges.
Usually you don't want to go for such lines in a practical game because it feels like, even white, if playing king of 1, king g2, stopping this pawn, but then those extra pawns on the queen side, they are still there. And
they're certainly still there.
Right.
But do you want to take a decision like this when you only have 4 minutes on the clock? You in order to make a decision like this, I feel like you need at least half an hour.
Yes. And you need to realize that all other decisions that you have are very bad. It's only, rook g3. We're not looking in the same angle as the players, though. I feel that they kind of look at this position differently. Because rook g3, why? Stopping g5?
Stop g5.
Was she afraid of this g5 idea so much? But that's too defensive. But maybe she thinks she's not in a hurry. She sees this weakness on e4. She knows her plan, like by playing king e3, rook g4. She doesn't care about time. She just wants to stop all the counterplay from black's side. And then she knows she will eventually get a chance to put pressure and attack this pawn on e4.
Yeah.
But still, to me, it's so solid and a little bit slow. What should black do? That's the main question.
That is the question.
3 minutes to go to answer it.
I know. The rook comes to g3. Is it now time to liberate the rook, put it on c8, or do you want to preempt this with b5?
Yes, exactly.
Or do you want to take away the square of g5 by playing h6?
I don't know.
I don't know. And,
yes, because it feels like playing rook c8, but then you see the c4 move and you're not so sure anymore. Because king is coming to e3 and the pawn on e4 is still there. So you think, okay, maybe I should play b5 instead, right? Preparing this rook c8 move, but b5 is quite committal. There is like a b5, rook g5 that should be considered. And for example, like pawn endgames after rook e5, you need time to evaluate those, right? It's very hard. Pawn endgames are very concrete ones. You need to calculate. You cannot play like relying on your intuition only.
Yeah. And on that subject, look at the clock. She's under 2
b5
minutes.
It is.
Okay, she makes b5 it is. Okay. So, but again, this is a very committal move.
And a very tense
pawn on
moment.
b5 could be very, very weak.
Yes, it can. But at the same time, since black is the side who is defending, less pawns are there on the board. Better for black. In general, it is.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the questions that you posed about the king and pawn ending. I was like, I need at least an hour to think about that one. And because it's a question of outside passed pawns, whether the king can get back in time, you really need to sit there and do your calculation. And there's one thing to be said in favor of both Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. They are excellent calculators. Really one of the best. But can they do this in 2.5 minutes?
I think they won't be doing that because, even being excellent calculators, even engines make mistakes, right? Because you really need to calculate very, very, very deeply, and one mistake can be so costly. And I don't think White wants to force that. Yeah, she wants to capture. And then I think rook c3, there is no g5 anymore here, at least after rook c3. And it feels the right way to play. It feels that the rook belongs there to c3. We'll see. We'll see.
And I like how you use the whole board as well, because, when I focused on the queen side, it was just the queen side. And then they were focusing on the king side. And now it's like, no, you can do a switch. And actually, this kind of chess is very confusing for your opponent. And Ju has just under 3 minutes on the clock. And she has 3 moves to make.
Still, I mean, rook c3 looks a little bit illogical with the connection of rook g3. I mean, she just played rook g3, right? When she could play rook c3 in the first place. Since she made this decision, what will make her change?
No, she's gone for rook g5.
That's what I was about to say, that it looks to me more logical to continue with her plan. Like rook g3 she played, and now she's playing rook g5. Now it's in Ju's. Ju needs to decide. I mean, rook e5 seems very, logical. But again, this rule about one side having a advanced pawn further down, and you need to calculate what are rook e5, taking e3, c5, c5, distracting the king, then getting with your king to the king side. Yeah, does she have time for all of that? And nerves and bravery? I mean, to go to the pawn endgames? Because pawn endgames, yes, they're so tricky.
They're very, very tricky. And I mean, there's one thing that is in her favor. For instance, if she decides to go into this king and pawn ending, she does have one move at her disposal, which is quite strong, which is like b4. So white will have to take some time out to stop that. So then white will be forced to go c3.
Right.
Yes. But then again, white will have the outside pass pawn. Black doesn't.
You want to avoid making such decisions on move 38. It's so hard, really.
It is very hard. And once again, Ju Wenjun just under 1.5 minutes on the clock, and a big decision awaiting her. Should she go passive with her rook and simply defend the b pawn? Should she push the b pawn? Should she go on the counter-offensive? Or, this is the critical move, will she offer up a trade of rooks and go into king pawn ending? And now she has taken her time to take a decision. She's now under 1 minute on the clock.
2 moves to go.
What would you do? You're playing by your instincts.
Yeah, rook c8. I would play rook c8. I would not dare to play rook e5. It's just too much of a commitment. Because when you go to a pawn endgame, you need to check and double check and calculate everything. And it can easily be a lost position. It just, if you have a choice, if you feel like you have some alternative, you go for another move, just because it's rook e5 is too very difficult decision to make.
It is, and Ju Wenjun has relied on her instincts, and her instincts are telling her to go on the counterattack and the counterattack against the c2 pawn. Now, I'm expecting Lei Tingjie to defend that pawn with her king.
Maybe then Ju Wenjun can just check the king. She can play rook d8 and see where the king goes.
Yes, and this is where it gets interesting, because the white king can jump to e3, attack the pawn on e4, or she can even try to hide it to the queen side.
Right. Yes.
And that would take, again, a lot of nerves,
but they're gonna have 30 minutes after that. So after white plays king d2, which is the move we expect, I think there's no reason to force the position on move again 39 by playing rook takes b5, because you always can repeat, right? After king d2, rook d8, you can get back king d2, rook c8, and then you can calculate and take on b5. Or after rook d8, you can go to c3 or e3. But you're going to have 30 minutes to make this decision, and it feels much safer.
Good practical advice there. Definitely, you need to bear that in mind. Make your critical decisions on move 41.
Although that's 40. Exactly the move where most of the blunders are made. For some reason, when this tension is just low, getting low, you pass this time control, you got this 30 minutes, and then you kind of, I don't know, your just brain stops functioning. It says to you, okay, I've done my job. Now it's up to you. 9 of those 30 additional.
Yes, you've just reminded me of all my terrible blunders on move 41. Okay, and she has moved the king over to defend the pawn. We're expecting Ju Wenjun to give a check. Indeed, she does. And now the white king to step to either e3, c3, or to simply repeat the position.
I think like it would be better for white to repeat it, but at the same time, when black has less than a minute or just about a minute, you feel like forcing your opponent to make this decision on the seconds. You don't want to to let your opponent think after getting this additional 30 minutes. So sometimes you kind of, instead of just repeating the position and play it safely, you go forward for some line just to put more pressure on your opponent, and that's not always the correct way to play. Sometimes you regret.
You think Lei Tingjie might go on that basis king c1?
King c1 straight away. Well, I don't know, really. Maybe. I mean, who knows? Yeah, maybe something like that. I mean, not letting black just give another check, or simply let your opponent attack the pawn on c2. I don't know.
Well,
we'll see.
Now,
because the main question still, I think, let's say white plays king e3, rook c8, rook takes b5, rook takes c2. Is it like a simple draw, or it's because if I would need to evaluate this position, I would be very worried for black.
Yeah.
Because the rook on b5 is not ideally placed. If it would be on b1, the position would be just simply winning for white, I think. But
if you're going to do this, you might as well do this on move 40.
Yeah, exactly. You can repeat and calculate and.
Exactly. After all, I mean, if you are trying to be ambitious about it, you would play king c1. Ironically enough.
Exactly.
I can see from your face you're like, oh. it is a very risky move. You do lose control on f2, but then you ask black the big question: how are they going to defend b5?
Yeah,
and at the same time, white is all about shuffling up the board with c3, king c2, relocating.
She goes to e3. Yeah, I mean.
She goes to e3.
Mm-hmm. Because exactly, I mean, after rook c8, she can repeat, or she can, capture on b5. And I would be very happy if I was white. I mean, really. Because it's a game for two results only. It's either you win or you make a draw. And that's a dream come true scenario in the first game of the match.
And that's it. The players have made move 40. They've gotten an extra 30 minutes on the clock. Mm-hmm. And I just saw Ju Wenjun leave the board. So now we can just try out your idea. So rook takes c2, and then you wanted to go how to win this e-pawn.
Well, it's not about winning the e-pawn, I would say. It's just about pushing your b-pawn, right? Trying to put some pressure on your opponent. I mean, maybe it's just a dead draw, but like, again, somehow it feels that... Okay, let's try something. A b4, right? Let's try the most straightforward line.
And
so
let's do this old one. Rook b2. Rooks belong behind past pawns.
Exactly. It's so well played there. And then let's play rook b7. So trying to keep these pawns an eye on these pawns. I realize
And the move
that
I
in that
really
case-
want to play,
Mhm.
but maybe not going. I really wanted to get h5 in to go g5.
Yeah, that's the right plan. You should create.
I try to get my own pass pawn.
Maybe just see quite a simple draw. Because, black has enough compensation.
But if you go all the way, you go b5.
Right.
I was just actually wondering, is maybe instead of rook b7, can we go all the way to rook b8?
Okay, we can do that.
And
then I was afraid that g5 might happen, immediately. But maybe that.
But I think we're allowed rook b6 check, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So
It's okay.
no,
H5,
no g5
start with
immediately. So let's go all the way to rook b8. But okay, maybe you can go h5, king g6.
You was thinking h5, king takes e4. You have a trick. That's why you played rook b8. How brilliant!
No, I didn't. I didn't see it. But now that you pointed out to me, I will take credit. It was part of the master plan. It wasn't. Yeah, no. Okay, so h5.
But actually, after rook b8, you know what's different with rook b8? Why I was putting the rook on b7? I was thinking that after rook b8, black can go to f5, king f5, because the pawns are not being attacked. And it's happening. This endgame is on the board. Lei captured the pawn on b5. Black is about to capture on c2, and we're gonna see this position, and we're gonna stick with it for some time. b4, very fast, without any hesitation. No need to calculate all those unnecessary lines. You have a passer, you move it forward. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. So Ju Wenjun will 100%. I'm guaranteeing this. Play rook b2.
Yes.
You've got to put your rook behind.
Let's check this line. So king takes e4, rook takes f2. Let's first just get over.
Okay, so rook b2, king takes e4, rook takes f2, and then okay, you want to just push the pawn.
Well, yes, rook b8.
With a devious threat of rook to f8 check. So no h5 for me.
And white's idea is just to push it forward. So let's see rook h2, for example.
Yeah, okay, rook h2. Let's get completely greedy.
b5.
You want to take?
Yeah, rook takes h4. King d5. Rook b4. And yes, those endgames with pawns for.
Can you push the h pawn?
Yes, I think you should. So b6, right? I suppose I need to stick to the plan. And something like h4 even. b7. And now maybe even king g5. Just I want to show rook g8, for example, or any move. And then if I capture on b7, or maybe I don't have to immediately capture on b7.
I thought you could wait.
Let's capture king takes b7.
King takes b7. I think you can still go h3.
h3 or king g4. And that's the plan, right?
This king is just too close. This one is
Rook
just too
takes
far
G7,
away.
King F4. Yes, and White's king is too far away.
It needs to be somewhere over or even
Well,
here,
yeah, we
I
can
think.
continue the line, like King C6. King C6.
King C6.
Yeah,
H2.
H2, Rook H7, King G3, King D5, and King G2. And yes, Black is
And
easily
ideally,
holding
this king.
one.
If this king were on E4,
It's still a draw.
yeah.
Because Rook G1, King F1. And it should be, I don't know even where. I mean, it's a draw, I think, in any case, actually. Even the king is on E2 with a side pawn here. Even if it's on E2, it's a draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because after Rook G7, in that case, I go to H1.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it should be somewhere. There is a winning idea, like, but for that idea, you should like give a check on G7, King H1, and be able to play
King
to
G3.
G3. Yes, King G1, Rook A7, and it wins because after H1 knight check, the knight is lost after King F3.
Yeah, I was trying to construct a way how to get that so we can show that
Usually
winning.
you get it in if the pawn, black's pawn is on H3. We can get it if you get back and when the pawn was on H3, and you just simply wait with the King G2, King G3, and then we can demonstrate the only winning plan. Okay, but here, for example, so Rook Rook H7, King F3, Rook H7, King G2, and then if we don't push this pawn forward, so King D5, we just wait. King G3, King E4, King G2. Yeah, something like this, playing very badly. Yes, King E3. And still, after King G3, this position is lost. Because White gives a check on G7. Yes. King H2. And then they have time to play King F2. And they're just in time for this winning plan to cover this G file. King G3.
And then here.
Well, yeah, here I can just play Rook H7 or Rook F7, but it's still lost.
And even if the black king were here, you could get, you can even check, promote with the knight and get a check. But it doesn't matter because the knight in a corner has a really bad circuit. So that was like super long variation that we just had some fun. But it is something that we could potentially see, like this B4 idea, Rook B2. But we've seen Ju Wenjun take a pause. And she's definitely looking a lot more comfortable now. It's the first time we've seen her relaxed. I think she knows that this is well within the realms of a draw.
Yes, you don't, of course, calculate till the very end, but you just get this feeling that position, this should be enough for a draw. And just White's pawn is on b4, and White's pawns on the king side are so weak, so it's so easy to attack those. Because if they were, for example, on G and H files, then it would be more difficult to get this counterplay. Because with this extra pawn on the side, or sometimes it's an extra pawn, sometimes it's just a passed pawn, the question, well, any plan, defensive plan is connected usually to creating counterattack on the other side, to create your own passer, and then kind of sacrifice your rook and push your pawns as fast as possible to the edge of the board. And here it's so easy, right, to create passed pawn h5, g5, or king f5, king g4, so many counter plans for black. That just, yes, of course, it's still a little bit dense because you're defending, you need to be precise in any way, you need to calculate those lines, but you just get this feeling that it should be enough for a draw.
Yeah. Just wondering why Ju Wenjun is hesitating.
Yes, you gave us 100%.
I know. That makes me very nervous because I was very confident.
Yes, there are other moves apparently. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, even rook c4 might be okay, but okay, you don't really. Usually, if you have this possibility to play rook b2, you just play it, but maybe, who knows, maybe she's like calculating other lines. Although it is pretty surprising because you kind of usually just put your rook there and then go on. But okay, let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, but rook c4 is like does allow like rook b6, maybe rook b7. I'm surprised king comes to f4.
Well, she wants, putting the rook on c4. You're just waiting for white eventually to play b5. And then you want to put your rook to b4. And the rook there protects the pawn on e4. And then you don't have to calculate lines with the king, white's king marching towards the b pawn. Feels almost impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wonder whether she's hesitant. So I'm just trying to get to like this whole idea. Like I think you kind of nailed it, that she doesn't want to calculate king takes pawn. And let's go back to the original position. So if you were to go rook b2, maybe she's afraid of moves like this.
It's not about a question of being afraid, but probably about a question of giving white less chances, because you still understand that this position should be a draw. But if you need to calculate more lines and you have other options where you calculate less, we tend to prefer those options where you calculate less. Why to do this extra work?
You know what they say, like work smart, not harder.
Exactly.
And it actually is true in chess. I'm a big fan of like going towards those positions where, when you think about it, your odds of winning are maybe 70-80%, as opposed to a position that's like super complicated and you have to find the only path to victory. Be practical. And good advice in chess, because otherwise you just she's made a move, and I think I was
it's
not rook b2, which I was 100% sure that was going to happen.
Exactly.
Well,
beating
I
the
was
odds.
wrong. What did she play? She played rook c3.
c3. Wow. This move I didn't quite expect.
Think about that one.
Well, it's a very concrete move. King e4, rook c4, king d5, rook h4. She wants to capture the pawn immediately, and then she believes she still has time to put her rook, to sacrifice her rook at some point for the b pawn. But again, you see this pawn on f2 still alive. Maybe she thinks that she even has time to get after it, take it.
Okay, so say if you go rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah, because I would be afraid to keep it alive.
I also would be terrified about the existence of this pawn. I need it gone. I mean, you can't, because no, it should be away, and then it's 100% draw. I say it very confidently, but it is. But what is?
I mean, this one seems to be a little bit more difficult for me. But okay, maybe still, if you play h5, b5, and you put your rook to b4, it's like the same thing. But again, this pawn on f2 makes me nervous that it's still alive. And
yeah.
Well, h4, I believe. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, king. King g5. You have to consider.
So I'm giving you the hard job.
Yes.
Expressed
it's quite hard because I don't like rook g8 here. You need to calculate this one.
Yeah.
What should I do now? I need to. Well, maybe okay. Let's see if I just play g6, for example.
Oops, you can see that was
You
not a
see,
good
yeah, b7, and
move.
that's, yeah, exactly. I don't like that with the pawn on f2. It just feels that white has more chances. Let's see why, by the way. Okay, h3. The king is on. Yeah, the king is on c6, first of all. Okay, b8 queen, right? Let's see the difference. Let's understand why it's so crucial to. Well, king g4, right? Yes, yes. Rook h8, I believe.
Yeah, now the king can come to d5.
If I play king
you just
f3,
can't. You drop.
I'm losing the pawn. Yeah, after rook h6, rook g6 there. Yes. So the game is over here. Rook h6, g5, rook g6. So I can't play king f3. I have to play g5 then. That's the only move, right? But then, yeah, then still the king is very close. So king d5.
King gets back.
Although, okay, king
and
f3.
at some point you're going to have to do this.
Yes, rook h3, king f2. And king d4. I can play g4, rook a3. And that's a winning position.
Yep.
And g3, rook a2. And yeah, white is just in time to get to f3 with the king.
Yes. And
Exactly.
it's curtains for the king or the pawn. So yeah, that was a way how black could go wrong. So
we found the way.
Head back.
We can
We
celebrate.
found a way. Yeah, that's always good to know what not to do. So, and incidentally, she has taken the pawn.
Okay, but this position might happen. Where was my mistake? Because, okay, I see that the val bar is like
G6
saying,
was the mistake.
G6. Okay, what was like I supposed to do?
Apparently, rook c4 check.
Okay. And then king b5. I was afraid of king b5. I didn't play rook c4.
And then rook c2. Is the point.
And then after b7, you take on f2.
Yeah. So it's very
and after
important.
rook g7, is there a difference? Or king h5 is the only move. Oh, b7, rook takes f2, rook g7. I mean.
Oh, sorry, you were going into this position? King f5.
Because there is an idea after king h6, for example, I want to play rook g4. And it might be winning for white.
Yeah, well, let's show that one because that's a very important idea of constructing a bridge. Let me just go back. Rook g4.
Exactly, yes, the game is over.
Okay, so lots of moves have been played. So let's head back and see whether our prediction game was spot on. And we left it at rook c3. King takes e4. Did happen. Rook c4 check. King went back.
Went back. Yeah, but okay, I don't. And the king
rook
being
takes...
back because there is no way you'll be able to promote this b pawn without the help of the king, right? Okay, rook b6, king g5, and then if black manages to get her rook behind the pawn, like b5, rook b4, it's just a very simple draw. I mean, we can see this famous FIDE position at some point, of course, but the most classical, the most basic position of any rook endgame with the king of the weaker side being in front of the pawn, and then it's relatively easy to hold them. Like, for example, what I was saying, that if at any point black loses these two pawns, g7 and h7, even though it's quite difficult, but even for the b pawn, it's just a very simple draw with the king of the weaker side of black being in front, like on f5 or f6.
Yeah, that's something that we might see, and I completely agree with you. That b pawn cannot have a hope of promoting unless the white king is there to assist it, and it's looking like the game will soon finish in a draw.
We're heading for a draw.
Rook b7 played. attacking the g7 pawn. Will we see the black king step back? We can also see moves like g6.
Yeah, any move I think is fine at this point. And actually, it's a very important rule for those who are watching these broadcasts who are not so experienced, right? In a way that if you are defending an endgame, being a pawn down, it can be a pawn endgame, a rook endgame, any basically endgames. Usually, you want your king to be in front of a passed pawn, not behind it, not to the side, but in front, like in most of the cases. And as soon as you get your king in front, you kind of blockade it because the pawn needs to get promoted, right? In order to win a game, you need to promote this extra pawn, this passed pawn. But if your king is in front, it's very hard to promote it.
It is. And one thing also, as you mentioned, the G pawn and the H pawn are nearly impossible to promote if the white king is in front of these pawns. You can do all kinds of defenses that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do if those pawns were located in the center. In the middle of the board, it's actually really difficult. You need to know your techniques. But at the edge, simple. And the players are heading for a draw. But Ju Wenjun taking her time, thinking, what would you do here? Would you go king f6 and say, make your intentions clear? I'm saying happy with a draw. Or would you go g6?
Both, I believe, are fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes, when you like both moves, that's so hard to make your choice. I mean, you think, okay, king f6 is fine, but g6 is fine as well. But what do? I need just to pick one move, and yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what is your opinion? I mean, who do you think has the psychological upper hand once this game finishes in a draw?
Ju Wenjun, definitely, yeah, because it feels like, especially when Lei will get home, we'll analyze his games, we'll see how many opportunities she missed, like very promising one, right? Bishop b4 being like the biggest missed of the game. She might be a little bit disappointed. Of course, the whole match is in front of her, but at the same time, okay, if she was able to get an advantage so easily, to put so much pressure on the world champion, to be disappointed at the end. But in general, still, I mean, Ju Wenjun was playing with the black pieces. It's her first game, and she defended it. She has now more games with white pieces, which is, some kind of advantage, right?
Yeah. And tomorrow we will see Ju Wenjun play with the white pieces. Do you have any expectations there? For me, it's always like just predicting the first move. I don't know. Ju Wenjun traditionally.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, Ju Wenjun traditionally opens with d4. That's when I faced her, she played d4, and I've seen her do it all her life. But okay, so we see g6 being played. But then in her match against Goryachkina, she was playing e4, and she was choosing to take on
because sometimes when you see that your opponent tends to play just one opening, and in Goryachkina's case, it's a Berlin defense like most of the time, you feel like exploring it. You feel like trying to, because if you have a choice when you prepare and you see that your opponent like has a wider possibility, a wider option after d4, and you tend to pick, especially nowadays when you can, I mean, players on this level can play basically any opening. They have a lot of knowledge. Even if Ju Wenjun is a generally d4 player, she can play e4 if she thinks that she will get the possibility. She has an idea in the Berlin she wants to use, and she might open with e4. Although if I would need to bet, I would bet on a closed opening, somewhere d4 or c4, knight f3. I mean, something like that. We can never be sure. And even with Lei, I'm not sure we will see the Berlin again. She might continue exploring. She might, in the third game, she might play d4 and see what her opponent prepared there. And then, in the middle of the match, after gathering all the information, she can make a choice where to go.
Yeah, that's a wise strategy, especially in these day and age. Do you also think that they will take inspiration from the Ding Loran approach, which was just to keep ducking and diving and playing different types of things?
I doubt it. Seems as a very, very risky approach, to put it mildly, because,
I must admit, I took inspiration from this World Championship match, and I was turning up to some game, and I thought, you know what? Let's just play anything. Let's not play my normal lines. And I was playing some 2650, and I decided let's just play the reverse of my black openings, but with white. Get that extra tempo, and it worked well, and I got a great position. And
yeah, great. Sometimes it works.
Sometimes it works, and so I was inspired by this. Okay, so we do see b5 pawn advance, and I thought maybe this is the future of chess. Maybe you shouldn't just have like fixed repertoire. Maybe it's just about finding like 10 different openings with certain traps and tricks in them that you know relatively well, and then
it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's always a tricky question because it's not only about like memorizing lines, but about feeling where the pieces go, right? How you handle certain type of positions. And yes, I mean, from one side, nowadays it feels like you can study an opening in one day, but then mastering it can take years and years and years, and you can still make mistakes in those openings. So I believe that you must have a few openings that you've kind of like mastered, but you should still work on like exploring, on studying more openings, because it gives you like a wider perspective. It enriches your chess, and it makes it easier for you to play all kind of positions. And yes, it's getting to a draw. I think we're gonna hear a draw offer.
We are certainly going to hit a draw offer after those 2 pawns have disappeared from the board, and the players are allowed to offer a draw. Maybe they're not really thinking about that right now, but there we see Ju Wenjun look at the arbiter, and there comes a draw offer, and it's going to be agreed, because there we see the score sheets being signed.
Right.
And what are we going to see the players analyze? They are good friends after all. Are they going to?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. Well, the first game is in the books, right? It's history already, and it's behind the players. The most anticipating game for the chess community, probably for the players. It's there. It's happened. Some food for thought, but game two is already tomorrow, and it means that we're gonna witness another one with Ju Wenjun playing with white pieces, and well, I can't wait to see what she's prepared for her match. And I'm very excited, as usual, about tomorrow's game, about commentating it with you, Joanka, again. What are your impressions about the first game?
Oh, it was a very tense game, I have to say. I was impressed with Lei Tingjie's opening, how she managed to secure that advantage. And I was also very impressed by the way that Ju Wenjun handled herself, especially when she was low on the clock. So overall, it was a very promising start. And one thing that I'm very, very happy to see, that it was full of fighting chess. And there were so many moments of intrigue. And let's remind ourselves of the scoreboard. So game 1, it's over. It's a historical match. And we see it opened up peacefully. Might be peacefully on the scoreboards, but certainly not on the chessboard. And let's remind ourselves of the schedule. So tomorrow, game 2 will begin at the same time 9 a.m. for us in Europe, 3
Nice.
a.m.
Early morning.
for those of
Early
you
morning,
Eastern
guys.
time. But of course, you can catch up on the show whenever. That is the beauty of watching things on repeat. And after tomorrow, the players will be having a rest day on game. So on Friday, July the 7th, that's a rest day for them. So the players will be able to just recoup, gather their thoughts, and discuss their strategies. And I think this is going to be the beginning of a very close match. And finally, all that's left for us is to thank everyone for watching at home, and also for you, Alexandra. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, to commentating alongside you and seeing what Ju Wenjun has up her sleeve. And until tomorrow, I'd like to wish you all a good day, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and see you all